Right, we should actually be live now. Hi, Luna. Nice timing, Deb. I'd just like to say a very big thank you to Deb, who's joining us from Australia. The reason she's sitting in the dark is because she has got up at 4 a.m. in the morning to do this live stream. We are expecting Julie from Unearthly Wanderings as well, but I've heard nothing from her. So I don't know whether she's still in bed or she's rushing to get the kids to school or what. Hopefully she'll join us later. And as per usual, we've got our resident panel member, Sam from Life After Life, ITC Research tonight, are we, Sam? Hi, Luna. Welcome to the chat. What we're going to do tonight is basically,
Hello.
I'm not going to set a topic. We'll just basically pick topics and discuss them how you want them. So, Sam and Deb, if there's anything you want to bring up or talk about, you can just suggest it, and then we'll babble on about it. Now,
Okay.
I was sitting here earlier, Deb, and I was actually thinking of something I wanted to ask you tonight, being that we're doing like an Australian theme stream. I believe you've got Aboriginal ancestry, haven't you?
I do, on my mother's side.
Do you know what the Aboriginal views are on the paranormal? Do you know anything about? I know you've got like the Dreamtime with the Aborigines, and they do consider dreaming very important. But I wondered if because they're one race of people I've never actually gone into much about what their spiritual beliefs and stuff are.
It's generally considered not good, disrespectful and inappropriate.
Really?
Yeah.
Hi, Mandy.
Hello, Luna. Hello, Mandy.
So, what do they do when they go into the dream time, Deb? Is it like a form of shamanism?
Spiritually, eternally.
Right. So, is it? Do they consider it like a form of shamanism?
Yes. You have to be buried on traditional land.
Right.
Don't support cremation, which is what I'm going to do.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a mourning period, which if it's our one of our main elders, that can last for a month.
Right.
And there's ceremonies that women and men do that I can't speak about.
Right. Well, fair enough.
The general view is that you can still watch over your family and you can walk the land with the ancestors for eternity, and it's always happy. And
so they have very similar to beliefs to what like the Japanese have with their ancestors down there. Like your ancestors watch over the family eternally once they pass on.
Yes.
But did you say cremation's frowned upon?
Correct. Yeah, you have to be buried on traditional land.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
So that the body and soul go back to the earth.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really interesting. Mandy said hi to everybody. Hi, Mandy. Sam's got a new piece of equipment. She's flashing off everybody, by the way. It's more police
equipment.
More police equipment, Deb. I'm always worried as Sam's getting older, this police equipment. I think she's chatting up the local Bobby. Come on, Sam. What is it?
It is called a Panasonic Talkbook C19. And it's a small laptop that police officers used to use in their cars. I think they have the updated version of it now. But it can be also a tablet. And what it does is you get the screen and it can turn around at any angle.
Yeah.
And there you go. And it's fully customizable. Everything's all put together with screws. I've actually seen videos on YouTube of people driving their cars over these, and they're still working and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, and it's got a touch screen as well. Now this is an old piece of equipment, but it is touchscreen and everything.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty hefty piece.
Yeah, I've just been
It
saying
looks
to
at
Sam, because it's Wi-Fi linked and everything, that'll be ideal for taking on investigations and stuff as a portable monitor.
Yeah.
couldn't agree more.
Yeah, absolutely perfect for it. So is there any topics you want to start off with, Deb?
No, not really, except on Saturday night's chat, we were talking about boards, talking
Right.
boards,
Ouija boards, that is, folks, who didn't see the stream.
and one of the points that you cut me off a bit of where I was going. I was trying to build the case to state that if we all agree that it's a communication device, like an S-box,
Yeah.
we all agree that there's no negative connotation one way or the other, then why can't it be used for healing if it's a divination tool?
I suppose it could.
If you can deconstruct all the negative connotations around a board,
Yeah.
a Ouija board, then why can't it then be turned into a positive?
Yeah, totally agree with that. See, you do get these spirit healers who apparently have a spirit guide who takes over and supposedly heals people spiritually. So why not? Why not
Correct.
use the why not use
Well,
the
I know a
board
lot of pagan
as a
witches that
channel?
use earth energy that use them.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah. What's your opinion on spirit healing, Sam?
I don't know. If I'm sick,
Pardon.
I'm not going to pass it up. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever tried it?
No. No, I've been at one of these workshops where they were using crystals and stuff like that, but I was more interested in the aura camera and didn't get around to all the different displays that was going on there. I did see a healing bench with a laser going through a crystal going into somebody's back.
Right.
I don't know what
Really?
kind of I can't remember what kind of healing that was, but a red laser going through a long quartz crystal.
I suppose with things like that you have to be careful, because if it amplifies the laser too much, it's liable to slicing you in half rather than
That's what
healing
you
you.
call psychic surgery.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Have you ever talking about the aura cameras? Have you ever seen any of the studies that have been done on auras concerned to healing?
Yes.
Combined with spiritual healing, because I've watched a lot of programs, oddly enough, on aura related stuff, and they do claim that any illness reflects in your aura. So aura reading and spirit healing really go hand in hand. They really do.
I've had my photo taken many a time.
Have you had it done, Deb?
Yeah, plenty
So
of time.
I'd love to have it done. And what colour was your aura?
The first time was yellow.
Right, and what did
I've
that
had a
mean?
number where I was in orange, and there was so much orange you couldn't see me. I've had them taken with that special camera. The last time I did it, there was a lot of purple, and I mean a lot. So they're the 3 recent times that I can remember.
And did they tell you what the colours represented?
Yes, at the time, yes.
So what did the yellow represent?
Oh, golly gosh, now you're making me go back. The red was my root chakra.
Right.
Although one lady there at the table, there was 2 of them, also suggested it was heart. It was my heart that was healing, but that my heart was strong.
Right.
The orange was was the first time that anyone had said to me that energy healing or light worker,
Yeah.
and the yellow was that was the first one I ever took. But so in all truth, I was like reaching back 20 years ago. But
Yeah.
you can look the colours up online. But yeah, there was yellow, orange, and red.
I'd love to have it done. Did you have it done, Sam, when you were at the psychic fair?
Yeah,
Or were you just watching it?
I had it done, and then I took some pictures myself.
And what colour was your aura?
Mine was actually purple.
And did
With
they
some-
tell you what it meant?
Yes, and I can't remember. I know something to do with.
You pair of useless.
I know the purple is very spiritual of some kind.
Yeah, it is. That's healing.
Bird connection or something like that.
Mine would probably be just a black void surrounding me.
Thing is,
Then you just changed your name from Brett to Terry.
Yeah. Yeah.
thing is, they're as rare as hen's teeth. I can't get my hands on one.
Yeah, I've tried. I've looked for one and can't find one anywhere. Right, Stephen's put something there, Deb, that's really interesting. Now, Stephen is a Kiwi that now lives in the UK, and he's lived here for quite a
brother.
while. And he's put the most interesting program in New Zealand, featuring New Zealand and Australian psychics, is Sensing Murder. Is there a popular thing with the paranormal in Australia?
I've never heard of it.
You've never, so it ain't like something that's on the telly a lot with the. Because
well,
over here, those kind of programs are really popular. Like, you know, mediums.
probably it's possible. The truth is, I don't watch TV.
Yeah,
I
you're
haven't
the
watched
same as
TV
me.
in 30 years.
You're the same as me, Deb. I don't.
I think one of the people very popular in that in Australia was a woman called Raylene Cable, if I pronounced it right. She was part of the Haunted Australia team.
No,
Right.
don't know them either. Again,
Good show.
if it was something on the TV, I'm the least likely person you would want to ask about it. No offense, but
Yeah, Black Rose says it
I don't watch
apparently.
TV and all that other.
You like me? I
goop
don't. I don't. But Black
Yeah.
Rose has said that Sensing Murder was big in Australia.
Oh, right, yeah. Hello, Black Rose. How are you, Dom? I can't speak to that, guys. Honestly, I can't speak to it.
Yeah, there was one guy on the team. He was from India. He actually died of mysterious circumstances in his bathroom. I can't pronounce his name, but he died about 5 or 6 years ago.
All right, yeah. But no, I'd never heard of it.
Yeah, Black Rose says they like curling photography, but not sure if the aura cameras are for real. I think it's been scientifically proven that your body radiates a field and it can actually be photographed.
Well, yes.
You know, whether those colours actually mean anything in terms of spirituality, I've got to be honest, I'm on the fence of, but I do believe that they can actually show problems in the body in certain areas. I do believe that energy you give off, you know, is affected by how your body is in a physical condition at that point. Lunar Eclipse says red orange is very passionate, purple is ambition and spiritual. I presume spirituality.
Oh, that'd be me spot on.
So there you go. So both you and Sam are ambitious and spiritual.
Yep.
Apparently. It's an area I would like to get into, but like Sam says, you just cannot get them over here. You know, go on, Sam.
You can get these glasses, but they're basically blue tint glasses.
Mm-hmm.
I know you can see good effects and stuff like that, but it just doesn't. You see, when I was a kid, I actually had to go for tests because I was seeing colours all the time around people.
Oh, yeah.
And they'd done brain scans and everything. And then when I got to a certain age, I couldn't see them anymore. But way back when I was a kid, it was a pain in the backside.
So what did you actually see, Sam, when you say you saw colours around people? Was it like an aura, or was it like more widespread around them?
No, it was a outline around everybody.
So it was an aura then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when I got to a certain age, it all stopped. But it just thought that there was something wrong with my eyesight or my brain or something. And I was getting a lot of headaches. And the reason why I was getting a lot of headaches is because it's when you're seeing it all the time, it just affects your brain. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it can be very draining on the eyes. You know.
So did you experience that as a kid, Deb? Because you were
I
agreeing
did.
with her then, like you'd experienced it. So what was your story with it?
Uh, Same as Sam. I could always, and still can to a large extent. Um, it's not all the time, to be
Mm-hmm.
truthful.
Yeah.
However, it can still happen. I can still walk past somebody or out of nowhere. I
And see
can,
it.
yeah, it's not everybody, but it still happens.
And can you discern things about people from it?
Yes.
In what respect?
Oh gee, I don't know how to answer it in ways that might make sense. However, I'll do my best.
Mm-hmm.
Um, when it does happen, I see an aura or a radiating field around someone,
Yeah.
and if it's somebody that I'm close, like physically close to, and they'll allow me,
Mm-hmm.
I can put my hands from the top of their head or feet. Some
Yeah.
people might refer to it as Reiki work,
Yeah.
but for me, and I can, it's the energy spot. It's a hot spot
Right.
as I go around the outline and over their body. There's no physical contact with me or them. It's
Mm-hmm.
it's just an energy that I feel.
Yeah.
Um, One lady I suggested, she always reckons I saved her life, but I don't know that that's quite right. But anyway, I suggested she had bowel issues, and anyway, when she got a
Was that
referral.
because you could see something to do with the aura over a bowel, or was that just something you sensed?
No, I actually did a full Reiki session with her,
Right.
and that's where I sensed the biggest problem.
Mm-hmm.
And I started having pain in my stomach.
Oh, is that how you pick it up? You feel what they feel, sort of thing. Right. Okay.
Yeah. And I just felt nauseous and wanted to be, I
Yeah.
think it was bile. But
Yeah.
anyway, I stopped that session and suggested that she see a doctor.
Right.
And they'd obviously done some tests, and they found out that she had 3/4 of the way up, she had some bowel cancer beginning. But anyway, they
Are you
removed it
kidding?
and she was fine.
Have you had similar experiences like that, Sam? Could you tell things about people from the colours you were seeing random?
No, back then I didn't really understand. I was seeing
Hi,
a
Jace.
white glow around people and then colours, but I didn't know what about it.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
Sam's right. You see that white colour around quite a few people.
I can
Mm-hmm.
still
But
see the white colour, but I can't see the colours anymore.
So
oh,
you can still pick up on on the white colour, Sam.
Apparently, we can all, if we concentrate enough, and I think the best way of doing that is for people to stand up against a white background, and
correct.
you focus on them. Apparently, everybody is supposed to be able to do it. You know?
See,
Yeah.
I tried an experiment once because I watched someone and they said try this, and I couldn't actually see colours. But when I looked after I did the things they suggested doing, I could actually say, and it was only about an inch, maybe 2 inches all round the body, and it was like wavering, like like when you see heat mirage on a road.
I do.
It was like that, but it was only like about 2 inches all the way around somebody's body if I looked at it, and I could
Yeah,
see
it's
it on
not a
my
big
own
field.
fingers.
The
Yeah, and I
white
could see
is
it on my own
usually,
fingers as well.
yeah, but that's pretty close to it. The more you use it, the more you see the
Hmm.
color, but it's not like a more dominant.
Yeah.
The white is the more dominant color, or the field. However, the color when it comes, whatever it may be, wherever it may be, yeah, that's not like huge
Hmm.
width-wise, but it radiates from the body.
So they don't actually glow like light bulbs to you. There's just this colour you can see.
Oh, I agree with what Sam said. The white is radiant,
Hmm.
but the color, when you do see it, is not a big field, and it's
It's more
within the
it's,
white.
it's more subtle.
Yes.
Right, Black Rose's partner apparently has been busy this week. In regards to sensing murder, my partner just this week worked with police, visualised a car number plate, and solved a rape and broke a drug ring, with 4 people caught and currently being charged.
Outstanding. Congratulations. All
And the
power to him.
sensing, the sensing is used. Apparently, the sensing is used quietly in Australia. See, I can go.
I can go.
See, I'm under the impression, and I've got relatives who used to be in the police force, and they have told me that the British police have in the past used psychic mediums, but they will never make that fact, public
Mm.
knowledge sort of thing. So, and
I'd say that
it
probably
sounds like it's a similar thing in Australia as well.
must be. But as for a TV show around that sort of thing, I can't speak to that.
Luna says if you have them stand against a white wall is the best way for you to see the colour.
Yes,
Yeah.
me.
The white you see even up against the white wall is a different shade of white. Well, yeah, I can
Yeah.
understand that if it's as radiant as Sam and Deb have just said.
Yes. It's almost like a diamond shimmer. I don't know how to put it. But yes,
What do you both think it actually is?
energy.
You just think it's the energy the body's producing. You don't think it's actually like a visualization of the soul or anything.
No, I think it's just, well, it could be from an inner source. I've always taken it to mean it's coming from within, because I have certainly encountered, like, within physical contact range, people that you just know are just black.
Yeah.
You just know that they're off, and it's like walking into a house. And I think Sam alluded to this. She was talking about on Saturday night that using a hand. I'm trying to think of the right context. You used your hand when you did that, when you go to a
Feeling.
property, Sam?
You sometimes walking through a property and all of a sudden walk into a wall of static energy. And sometimes if you get to the corner of that static energy, it's like I can feel, if a crystal is big enough, I can feel the energy of that crystal. You
Yeah.
you rub your hand just and you can feel that little you'll feel that little bump, that it'll hit, you can get this little feeling, and it's like you're hitting that little wall. That's why I know that there's energy coming off crystal, because I didn't believe it before until I held a big crystal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But sometimes in a place, if you run into a wall of energy, if you get to the corner of that, you put your hand in and out like that,
Yeah, and you can
you,
feel
you,
it.
you can feel the difference. It's kind of like a little. You feel a little toad in your hand, kind of thing.
Hmm.
Yeah. It's like a deja vu sensation. If you ever, has anyone ever walked into a home or a property to inspect it or go to a party or a stranger that they haven't been to before and they just sense it's off?
Yep, I do it all the time. I do it
Yeah.
all the time. It actually happened it actually happened with me when we went to get to view a venue for my wedding reception, and I refused to. I stayed 5 minutes and left.
Oh,
Never,
that's right. Yes, we've mentioned that.
yeah,
Yeah.
yep. It happens. It happens to me a lot of times.
Then it's
I will often go into a building, and it'll either be, oh, I feel really comfortable here, or it'll be, I really cannot stay here. I never get the in between where if I don't, unless it's one extreme or the other, I never tend to pick up on it. But if it's like an extreme, I do notice it, and that certainly happened with Aidan House in the Midlands when we went to view it for our wedding. And
yeah.
I literally walked out after 5 minutes. Couldn't even stand to be in there.
Yeah. That's why I don't like and being a sensitive, I don't like shopping centres and big crowded places because I can, and I almost started talking about it, but it was really genuinely off topic on Saturday night because we were
Yeah.
there for the board mostly. I come out of shopping centres sometimes, or well, Janet and I'll be out somewhere, and I'm absolutely completely drained. And I said, I've just got to get out of here. I've got to go outside and just get some fresh air. And just going out away from all that energy, I sort of go and clear my head and walk around and get some sunshine or just get some fresh air and away from it, and I can feel a lot better. But there are, shopping centres and, I pick up energy really, really easy.
I miss you. Talking about auras with you two, have either of you ever actually encountered somebody, seen the aura and thought there's absolutely no way I'm going within 400 yards of that person?
Yes.
Is it that kind of thing? Have you experienced that, Sam?
I seen a man one day and there was black coming off him. But the thing is, you match the color with the facial expression. I'm very good at reading people.
Yeah.
It's very hard. It's extremely hard to explain some of this.
No, I know what you're on about because I'll do it. I'll make snap judgments on people sometimes, and they very rarely prove to be wrong. And I
It's
don't claim to be psychic in any way, but
No.
I'll put that down to some kind of primitive instinct I've got.
yeah.
But I do pick up on people, and sometimes they don't even have to speak. I can just lay eyes on them, and I think you're either a very nasty person or you're going to be a really nice person, and I'm very rarely proven wrong.
Ditto.
And it's really strange sometimes. And I've met people before, and and I seem to think it's like I've known you forever, literally
Yes.
within minutes of meeting them. And
Yeah.
that one's really weird. It's fine, Pat. You're not late. You can come in and out whenever you want. Luna says, I have a library, Willard Library, second most haunted library in the world. They took out a wall. This office was, and I stepped past it where a wall was, and you stepped back in time. Oh, that is actually a good topic. Time travel.
Time travel. Oh, one of my faves. I'm
Yeah,
just going
and
to
mine.
reach back inside, and just the one thing I didn't pick up off the kitchen bench was my packet of smokes.
Right, no worries. So, what is your why Deb's getting her fags? I'll ask you this one, Sam. What is your opinion on people who claim to have stepped back in time? Because there's a very famous case involving the Gardens of Versailles where two women went to visit it, and they basically stepped back in time and claimed they witnessed the party, going on that was like from Marie Antoinette's time. Do you think it's actually possible to step through some kind of veil or portal or whatever the hell you want to call it and actually slip back in time?
It's hard. I've heard of a lot of these cases, but being a skeptic person, you know, I find it very difficult to understand. But you know, we have to sort of begin to understand. We have to understand what time it is.
Ooh, yeah. Interesting.
Not in the human markings of time, like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, year
Yeah.
2020, year. What actually is time? Is time a move through dimensions and stuff?
Is time even relevant? I mean, it's a man-made
See,
concept.
the question you've got to ask yourself is time actually linear? Because
Yes.
we presume that time is linear. It may not be.
I totally
You know,
agree.
for all we know, it could fall back on its time on itself in God knows how many ways. We
Well,
really don't know.
Well, the theory is with spirits that time means a completely different thing.
Yeah,
The
Yeah.
time isn't as relevant
yeah.
to
If you speak to a lot of mediums, that you know, that is quite a common claim with mediums that time in what they call the spirit realm actually runs at a different pace to what it does here.
Yeah.
Pat Middleton says she went through a time slip once. I've asked her to put in the chat what happened. See, that's someone else that I'd love to experience something like that. But the only problem is when you go through it, would you panic about not being able to get back? What would happen if you never got back? Would you cease to exist, sort of thing? You know, because technically, if you disappear back in the past, you've never been born in the present, have you?
Oh no, that's
You know, it
that's a
brings up all
philosopher's
sorts.
question.
Yeah, it brings up all sorts of weird paradoxes, all sorts of
Indeed, it
weird and
does.
wonderful things.
or we could go to the birthplace of the DeLorean car in Belfast,
Yeah.
which is only
I've actually watched that John DeLorean thing on Netflix recently with Alec Baldwin.
yeah.
He's an interesting fellow, but he definitely built a one-off car.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, he managed to get rip off the British government.
Yeah, he certainly was. Bit of a pyramid builder himself in financial circles.
Yeah,
But
Jackie's put God, it's early here. Must be heaps early for Deb. It was about 4 a.m. when we started for a Jackie.
yeah, I asked Brett last night to text me an hour beforehand.
Which I did.
It's 10 to 5 here in the morning.
We'll hear the birds singing next soon then, Deb.
Well, hopefully the kookaburras.
Yeah, we should hear them all. That'll be nice. So,
Yeah.
you know, connecting back to auras and stuff, what is your opinions on astral travel?
Totally possible and real.
Have you ever experienced anything like that?
Yes, I've spoken about this before. I've astral travelled as a child. I've experienced seeing my mother's spirit come down and check on me in the middle of the night when I was a kid sleeping on the back trampoline.
Yeah.
And then watch this pure white light walk up the backyard, up the back steps. And by that stage, my mother, in her physical corporeal store, were standing together, and then they merged.
That's
and I
freaky.
watched it all.
That is freaky.
And then I spoke to Mum I remember calling out, going, "Mum, you will not believe what I am seeing." And we sat up all night talking about it after that. And she took me up to my grandmother's after the following weekend, and we talked to my grandmother and my great grandmother, who were still alive at that stage. And they taught us a few things and said it's perfectly normal for us. So I went, okay.
Do you think you've ever astral travelled, Sam?
No, don't think so.
See, I believe I had an out of body experience, well, a near death experience. So I suppose that is a form of astral travel, but I don't think I've ever actually experienced. Not that I can remember offhand. I don't think I've ever experienced. I've had the feeling occasionally where I've been lying on the bed and I feel like I'm bobbing up and down with my eyes closed, but I don't. When I open my eyes, I'm in my body, so I don't know whether that's just some kind of weird thing. But I don't think I've ever actually experienced, traveling somewhere else. But I do believe it's possible because I know during the Cold War, the British government, the Americans, the Russians, and the Chinese were all experimenting with astral travel
They were
as a means for spying.
correct. Yeah. That's over time, those documents of various governments have become available under freedom of information, and they're absolutely mind-boggling when you think
Yeah.
about the period of time
Oh yeah.
and how technology was or wasn't back then compared to what we have now. And they were looking at this for people with extrasensory perception for spying. I mean, that's just wow.
Hi,
And
Jack.
they put millions into it during the war.
Apparently,
Hang on, Sam. Pat's story's interesting. I was driving with my daughter on country roads. In front of me was a group of cyclists, which I couldn't pass. They went round the bend and vanished, but immediately appeared further down the road. That's an interesting one.
Yeah.
That's like stepping back in
Somebody
time.
went through a time loop.
Yeah, that's going through like a time loop by a few seconds, isn't it? What were you going to say, Sam? Sorry.
apparently Adolf Hitler was big into use of the
Oh, yeah, the Third Reich.
Adolf Hitler was a very big believer in the paranormal. He was a massive Hollow Earth believer. He actually
Yeah.
spent millions of Nazi gold developing schemes to tunnel to the center of the Earth because he believed that the super race actually lived in the Hollow Earth, and if he could reach them, they would help the Third Reich in the war. That was actually a belief of Hitler's.
Yeah, they also have the Castle of Doom in Bavaria, where the elite SS under the guy with the glasses.
Himmler,
No,
whatever his
he was a
name
big
is.
chunky guy. Anyway, they used to have a castle, like in a theory, huge. Look it up. It's
Yeah.
absolutely fascinating. It still exists. It still stands in Bavaria today. But the circles and the layers in that, and everything was in circles, and you've only got to look at the way that they used the what was that society?
Order of the Rose.
No, I'm going to look it up now because it's driving me nuts because it's right on the tip of my tongue. And yeah, I've got to look this up now. It's going to drive me nuts.
Goering. Miss Q says Goering fuel.
Carry on, McDuff. I'll be back with some information.
Okay, go. Luna says, do you ever step into a place that you're looking to rent or buy and know that you have been there and lived there, or see yourself living there and think it's time travel, that you see the future? I've never actually been into a building and thought I've lived here before. I have been into places and thought I've been there before, but I couldn't say I'd definitely lived in them, even though, it was like the first time I'd ever visited them. I have experienced that. Sam?
No, I can go into a house and I can. I don't know. Maybe I've.
Can you two just take over a sec? I've just got to let the girl out before it pees all over my carpet.
Yep,
Right.
no worries.
Cheers, thanks.
I don't know whether when you go into a property and that, do you pick up the energy of the people living there or what? But when you walk into one house, the energy in that house is completely different to another. And all I know is that it's different. But I can't go any further than that, really.
Yep.
But I was going, when we were talking about the warfare, there was one of the wars, and I think it was the American military. But speakers was used in the jungle, and the screaming voices of fallen soldiers in a ghostly manner was echoed through the jungle to scare away people. That was used as a kind of a weapon.
I'd believe it.
Yeah, it's fake paranormal stuff, but it was used in a particular area where the villagers feared the spiritual realm.
Hmm. It's going to drive me nuts now.
Sorry, she was singing to me, which means I really need to go out now.
Oh, Dad, I really can't hang on anymore. No, but they were big on the occult, that's for sure.
Oh yeah,
Hitler sent people out across the world. He was absolutely fascinated in the spear of destiny.
Mm-hmm.
And thought that if you could get hold of that, there's nothing that on this earth that the Nazis couldn't
that's right.
have, and no battle or war that they wouldn't win.
There is actually a picture. It's probably online somewhere, and it's actually of Hitler's study. Now I don't know whether it was the study in his bunker or where it was, but you can actually see at one point he owned one of the crystal skulls.
Yes, he did. They found it in the Himalayas.
Yeah, he got possession of one of the crystal skulls.
Was the crystal skulls not found out to be fake?
All of them have been proven to be fake now.
Yeah.
Even the famous one of Arthur C. Clarke, that the owner of that refused. It was this bloke and his daughter. I can't remember his name. They claim they found it, and the daughter took possession of it after her father died, and she refused point blank to let it be examined in any shape or form. Then when she died, she passed it on to a friend. He finally allowed it to be tested, and it turned out it had actually been manufactured in a city somewhere and not where they'd found it. There's actually visible marks on it of cutting at modern day, cutting discs.
Yeah.
Every single one of it. Even they'd got one in the British Museum, and the French had got one in one of their museums, and both of those proved to be modern fakes as well.
And it's also been found out that they're going through the artifacts and papers, because they were very diligent in keeping records, that it was a known fact after the war why Hitler's troops used to outlast the Allied troops and overcame the French so quickly, was because they could march for long periods of time, because he got them all addicted to speed.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
They could go for days without sleep.
Yeah.
And march longer and further.
Yeah, it was the Germans in the war who did all the experimentation to design it.
Yep.
I remember Stephen saying this before. From what I thought was a dream, I saw this place in a dream years before I moved to the UK. I remember Stephen saying that before. When he lived in New Zealand, he actually dreamt of the place where he lives in the UK now. Mandy says, I have strong memories that have been with me since being a child. I was brought up in care. I met my birth mother and told her about them. I'm going to scroll up and tell them about it. She couldn't believe it, as people need to stop typing in chat. I keep losing me thing. It was just a few. Then she couldn't believe it, as it was me, just a few weeks old. That's interesting. Miss Q, I don't know if I'm going to pronounce this properly. It's either Tool or Fuel Society. That's what Miss Q.
Thank
Is it
you.
Fuel?
Fuel. THIE.
ULE. ULE.
ULE.
You can thank Miss Q for that. The Fuel
Thank you,
Society.
Miss Q. Very interesting stuff on even in the internet for that. The Smithsonian Channel, World of War has got some very interesting documentaries on that. That's why they had the base in Antarctica, because they believed in the hollow earth theory.
Yeah.
And sort of post-victory war, it was General Nimitz who took a squadron to the Antarctic, and it is believed at that point that their rocket science, which was superior to everybody's.
Oh, yeah.
That's why they got a lot of German scientists out of Germany after the war, and America took a big leap forward in rocket propulsion and jet engines. That they actually designed and built what we would consider today a spaceship, which was round disc.
I've seen a picture of it.
Yeah, with the Nazi sign on it, and but it was fueled by an energy source that's still not been produced since.
Yeah, I've actually seen the picture of that craft, and it looks like what you expect to have seen crashed at Roswell.
Correct.
It looks just like that.
Yeah, and they were defeated in a very short space of time, and they've never been back. The American government still will not release the files on that event, the Nimitz.
Yeah. See, I have often thought, knowing that about that Nazi craft, were the Germans actually in touch with something that was kept secret, and then when the war was over and they snatched everybody, because I believe Einstein originally was with the Nazis, wasn't
he? Yeah, he was.
I wondered, did they take that with them, and was whatever crashed at Roswell a follow-on from what the Nazis had started?
Well, I think it was Berman, the rocket scientist that actually got NASA and the Jet Propulsion Labs off the ground after the war. And his V2 rocket designs were superior by a long, long way to anything that anybody had seen on this planet. The shape, the propulsion, it was extraordinary. There's even a doco on the Smithsonian Channel how some guy from, I think it was England, some billionaire guy, funded them in Ghana to build all sorts of rocket ships, and because they believed in satellites, they had a lot of satellite technology that was developed and layered in on a lot of what the Germans had back then. When you think of the decoding machines that they had in Enigma and how they developed that, and then coding to understand messaging. Yes, Alan Turing developed a way to interpret it, but the fact that they built the Enigma machines in the first place is extraordinary.
Right, I'll ask you this just so I can watch Sam's face. What is your opinion on aliens, Deb? Watch Sam's face go rigid now and not twitch a muscle. I've
read
never
the
really
Book of
touched. I've
Thoth
never
and the
touched
Emerald
on this
Tablets.
subject with you.
No, I've read the Book of Thoth and the Emerald Tablets.
Mm-hmm.
I've read a lot in this space. And to be quite truthful,
Yeah.
I'm not convinced Darwin got it right.
Okay.
I'm not a big Darwinian fan.
I'm going to ask you something then, Deb, because I believe that the reason they can't find the missing link is because there isn't a missing link, if you know what I'm saying.
I agree.
That's why it can't be found.
Yeah.
I believe that we were probably visited somewhere around 2 million years ago, which is when I think, is that about the, or is it 4 million years ago now? The oldest one, when they first, I think at some point they came and the primitive primates that were on the planet at the time were genetically altered straight into our direct ancestor.
In truth, Brent,
Yeah.
I'm beginning to change my opinion and believe and support more and more that conclusion.
Yeah.
We didn't go from a
You're not going
nomadic.
back out, so stop singing. Sorry, Deb.
No, you're right, John. My mate the puss isn't making an appearance, but I fed him just before I come online, so he will be right for now. And the back door's open, so he can come and go as he pleases.
My Sheba does this every time I stream for attention.
So does mine.
Yours just peeps over your shoulder and poses.
Yeah, he'll get up and he'll just walk in front, just like, she's mine. You can't have my mum. But I've read the Emerald Tablet. I've read the Book of Thoth. I've looked into this myself. And more, and no, I'd never go near Wikipedia, in case anyone's wondering.
Yeah.
Wouldn't touch it with wouldn't wipe my rear end with it. But anyway, that's another issue. I'm beginning to support that conclusion a lot more than we simply evolved, because you don't go from a nomadic to suddenly building bloody pyramids and
and it's really interesting that they found ancestors before the point and they found ancestors after the point, but
the ancestral chain of giants. I mean, you've only got to look at that.
They found
That's
nothing in
fascinating
between.
within itself.
Seago says, I believe Robert Bigelow is responsible for funding various investigations into these types of things. He was the owner of Skinwalker Ranch and funded a lot of research up there. What's your opinion on Skinwalker Ranch, Sam, before I ask Deb?
I never looked into it very much. It wasn't...
Skinwalker Ranch was pretty much everything paranormal happened at Skinwalker Ranch. From UFOs, mutilations, ghosts, cryptids, you name it, they all went on at Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh, the only information I got was from Zach Bacon, so I can't.
Probably not the best source for your information.
No.
Deb?
I think there's something there. I think Bigelow was ahead of his time.
Yeah.
In regard, and he had the means and the money to bring the best of science together in a joint project to say, well, right, these things have been happening for so long now. There's got to be a reason.
Yeah.
Here's $10 million. You scientists figure it out. And they never really did. I think they were up there for about 20 years. Then he disappeared strangely. and left a lot of questions unanswered, but very interesting questions and very reasoned and valid questions. And he
Yeah.
took the right approach. It wasn't some ooky spooky thing that he was
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
after.
Yeah. They were definitely. It was definitely a scientific.
He wanted facts,
Yeah.
and he has to be applauded for that alone. And he was prepared to fund it.
Yeah.
There's something about that area, I
Yeah.
have to admit. There
Yeah,
is
most
something about
definitely.
that area, whether it's got multiple ley lines, energy pathways, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm going to be honest and say I don't know. I'm not going to
Yeah.
speculate. I just don't know. But I find the history and stories of Bigelow and Skinwalker Ranch in particular
Yeah.
a very interesting topic.
Yeah. I'll love this. What I love about Skinwalker Ranch is the vast array of stuff that was cited there. And as
Yeah,
Seago has said there, it's a lot of money to throw at nothing. That's for sure, which is a good point. There was a
absolutely.
lot of money, but
There was an awful lot of money.
you'd got reports of UFOs appearing through gates in midair.
Yes.
Stargates, for want of a better description. There was
Yeah.
cattle mutilation went on there. That was how it originally started. There
Yeah,
were
that's why it's called
reports of
Skinwalker.
bulletproof werewolf type creatures, cryptids.
Hmm.
There was reports of invisible beings having a conversation in the air above people that they couldn't see,
The
but they could hear
wife,
the
the
conversation.
wife always claimed that.
Yeah, there was
Husband never experienced it, but the wife did.
all sorts of things went on at Skinwalker Ranch. It was like it was a nexus for everything. Now, Seago's brought up something else, and funnily enough, we were discussing yesterday on Julie's channel, who should have been on here tonight, and I don't know where she is.
She's got
Pyramids.
kids.
Yeah, I'm thinking she's probably took them to school.
Yeah.
Pyramids are way bigger deal than they're made out to be, in my opinion. Rocks that have been cut and made so specifically, didn't they have smooth sandstone over them too that eroded over time? The pyramids were originally encased in limestone. They were basically pure white, and the big pyramid that of Ramesses, everybody knows, was actually capped with gold. So
Correct.
It was pure white that was capped with gold. Now, as I was saying on the stream yesterday, there is actually an experiment that anybody at home can do, and that is get yourself a blunt razor blade and a pyramid. You can make it out of plastic or cardboard or anything. Put your razor blade inside the pyramid, leave it for a month, and go back and check it, and that razor blade will again be razor sharp. There is definitely something connecting the geometrical shape of a pyramid to energy fields. And that is something you can do yourself at home. You can make your own razor blade sharpener just by putting them inside a pyramid. Did you know that,
True.
Sam?
Yeah, you told me about it a couple of times. Have you
Yeah.
actually tried this?
I've tried it. And it does sharpen the razor blade. It's absolutely fascinating. I couldn't tell you how it works, and I can't tell you how it does it, but it definitely works.
Weird.
That's it. I knew they were covered smooth, but the level of construction without high-tech seems unfeasible to me. I know they've proven that there was actually a canal system that they built around the pyramids, believe it or not. But I am not convinced that they took those rocks to those areas in the ways that they've described they did. I think there's a lot more went on at the pyramids than people know about.
Oh, and then you got through the Valley of the Kings. You've got Göbekli Tepe,
Yeah.
and they've mapped that now, and it is a descending, massive, multi-layered chamber.
Yeah. Yeah.
They believe it. They believe it to be the storehouse of like a Library of Alexandria, of all of Egypt's scrolls and what knowledge to be held. It was held there.
Yeah. And as Stephen's just said there, they found them under the Sphinx as well, and they don't know
Yes, Dr. Robert Shop.
they don't know what these chambers are for. Pat says,
There's
"Can you
multiple
meditate under a
chambers.
pyramid and charge your crystals?" I've no idea, Pat. I presume the way it works on a razor blade, it would probably work on a crystal as well. It's something
It
I've never
does. I've
tried.
tested it.
Does it? That is actually something I've
Quartz.
never tried.
I've put a quartz pendulum at the top of the pyramid, sort of welded it and put it together, made it out of copper because it's a conductor.
Mm-hmm.
And that was an interesting point that Sam raised on Saturday night, and I will segue back into that. But while staying on point, so this for me is a fact. I talked to a lot of electrical engineers and other people.
Debbie's a qualified engineer, by the way.
Yeah, systems and mechanical. And construction to a large extent, because that was what I spent most of my time building in the resource sector for 20 odd years. But that's a long way back now because I'm 63. But if you sit in a pyramid made of on ground so that you're earthed, and anyone can try this because this is what I did. Find a quiet space. You don't have to sit there like a space alien. And I used copper because it's a conductor.
Yeah.
And I used a gold chain and had the silver and everything taken off.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a rather large double thunder quartz crystal.
Yeah.
And hung the chain from the top and just sat under it for probably a couple of hours. I can honestly say, hand on heart, that I had one of the most profound energy experiences I've ever had. And I did that. Yeah. Put it on have it on the ground, not on concrete or a mat or something in your house. Have it earthed.
Mm-hmm.
Use a conductive metal. I used copper.
Yeah.
Welded it together with brass, so the materials matter. Is my take on it.
Yeah.
And I meant to raise it on Saturday nights live with Julie as well, because Sam made me think of it that way when he was talking about the Ouija board, the talking boards as made, they're just wood.
Yeah.
And a plastic planchette. I think a very interesting experiment would also further be if you made it out of conductive materials.
The planchette or the board?
The board and the planchette.
Right.
And filmed and found what energies may or may not be resonating out of that. Mm-hmm. Because you're not going to get much out of plastic. It's the materials that matter.
Yeah.
Because we're all I think by and large, the more I talk to you and Sam, the more I think we're all on the same page, just coming from a different perspective.
Yeah.
The material matters. And I mean materials that can be conductors of energy.
Yeah.
I agree.
I think you get better results with more natural materials than you would with synthetic ones.
Absolutely. I don't
Jack says, has anybody meditated in the actual pyramids in Egypt and what happened? I have actually visited the pyramids in Egypt. Unfortunately, on the day I went there, because we sailed across from Cyprus, they were doing bloody renovation work, so you couldn't go into the pyramid.
Same.
I will say that the area around the pyramid has got a very distinct atmosphere to it. It's almost like standing in when you get that ozone-y type, like it tickles your nose. It's that kind of atmosphere around the pyramids.
Yeah.
It is distinctly different from Cairo itself. When you stand near the
Yeah.
pyramids, there is a distinct atmosphere that surrounds the pyramid itself. Well, the three pyramids, but
Even just touching the sandstone can
yeah,
be a
yeah,
profound experience.
yeah, yeah.
You feel the vibration. There's just something. It's everywhere.
Yeah,
It's
there
everywhere
is,
around them.
yeah, there is a very distinct atmosphere surrounding the pyramids. That is noticeably different to Cairo itself.
And in my humble opinion, because of the astronomical and ley line aspect of the pyramids to other, if you look at the work of Robert Hancock as well, that how they've mapped, and not just him, but they've mapped the ley line areas that connect the Mesopotamian area, Angkor Wat. They're all sitting on the same ley line. They're
Yeah,
all following the Sphinx faces the astrological sign of Leo at a certain point. They're finding layers now as they dig away to these chambers
yeah,
of seashells and crustaceans embedded around the Sphinx itself. So it's layering, layer upon layer of lived history.
yeah.
And this is not the first time we've gone round.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm a big believer in ley lines because the main ley line we've got in the UK that runs directly through Stonehenge actually connects to about three other main henges in both England and Scotland. And
wow.
my argument is in the times that they were built, now they believe Stonehenge is over 4,000 years old. There is no, they didn't have aerial photography or anything like that at the time. There is no way they could have physically located structures hundreds of miles apart with such accuracy to fit
Oh,
directly onto a line.
oh, they're not even a millimetre out in any of their
Yeah,
construction.
yeah, and
And
the
yet,
pyramids are exactly the same.
and the one thing that irritates me when you do go over is they don't allow you to allow drones in the air over there, so you can't take drone shots.
No,
The military all around the area anyway, and you dare not even try. But there has to be a reason for that, and the mathematics and the construction that went into the precision. They've
yeah,
tried many, many times. Many universities have been funded around the world.
yeah,
Oxford, I think, was one of the first to try with their engineering school, and they went there and they've tried to rebuild, and they can't get within it. They can't
yeah,
get past 3 or 4 layers before it becomes impossible to make that precision. And yet here
yeah,
they are.
yeah. Well, I know the main pyramid in Cairo. They have measured the bases with lasers now, and they have
Mm.
worked out that the 90-degree angles are less than 0.01% of a degree off 90
Yes,
degrees at the
I've,
most.
I've, I've read that too
It is
in some engineering
fantastic
stuff. Yep.
precision.
Yeah.
Mandy says, I've always been drawn to all things Egyptian, from ornaments, crystals, pyramids, etc., filling my home to the vision I have when I meditate of a pyramid right in front of me, surrounded with such light. It is also interesting that the Masons adopted the pyramid with the all-seeing eye.
Yes.
There is, there are definitely strong mythical connections to the pyramid.
Yes. And they freely admit that.
Yeah, they do. You're not allowed to touch the pyramids now, Pat.
No.
I actually managed to sneak a quick touch, but they have actually surrounded them with like a little barrier thing now. But I did actually manage to touch one. I managed to touch it.
You sneaky little boy, you.
I
Yeah,
have
You just had to do it, didn't you?
yep, I did. What were you going to say,
yeah,
Sam?
I have models of all the Egyptian figures and stuff.
Yeah.
And the pyramid and that. The pyramid is actually a big jewellery box. You open it up and you put stuff in it, you know.
You weed.
Aye.
You keep your best stash in it. Keep it sharp.
Aye. Yeah.
See, this is another thing about, you know, and you can say it about the ancient Egyptians, and you can say it about, you know, the ancient Greeks and all this lot, and go back to the Babylonians and stuff. They had such massive knowledges of technological information. What happened to it? What happened to it? Because it always disappears. You know, time and time again through history, you get the, you know, the Mayans and the Incas. They had such fantastic technological advances for the age, and then they just suddenly disappear. Like the entire knowledge is wiped from the face of the planet.
Yes.
You know, it makes you wonder, is there some kind of system in place that is maintaining some kind of natural balance where man is being knocked out? What are you giggling at, Sam?
Your
Where
dog's scared the life out of me.
Them arguing over who's going to sit on which side of the settee, ignore them.
It caught me off guard. It caught me off guard.
It's a Desmond, Sam. I've got Desmonds in this house.
Four-legged kind. You got crawlers.
It's live on my stream. I've got growling.
Ooh. Those
You know, but
Desmonds
I
are
do
cool.
believe that there is some kind of natural mechanism in place where, and call it Gaia theory, call it whatever the hell you want to call it, but there is something that stops man advancing too far technologically before the planet turns around and goes, enough is enough, and wipes us the knowledge clean. There is, you know, there's so much evidence there to suggest it's happened time and time again.
No, it is. It is a cycle. I mean, the Earth is a living planet. It's an ecosystem within an ecosystem everywhere you go.
Yeah.
And I don't understand. Okay, this is a point that I've been trying to make for a while. And I might as well, this is the perfect platform to just go, "Bleh." I think one of the things that stuffs us up from holding on to that older knowledge is that because of Christianity and that timeline of things only being 2,000 years to 7,000, they're even stretching it and allowing now to 10,000 years, the church. But in truth, even the Sphinx now is known, scientifically proven by Robert Schoch to be anywhere from 15 to 25,000 years old.
That's right, yeah. And that they know that the head that's on it now was not actually the original head.
That's right, and it's not the original head.
They believe it was a lion, and then it was recarved into the image of, was it Ramesses?
Ramesses
Yeah.
the second.
Yeah. Pat's put something there. In the 50s, Stonehenge was renovated. When they lifted one of the stones, it cracked right through. So they filled the stone with concrete to stabilise it. That is totally true, believe it or not. Stonehenge itself has been patched up. Another thing that a lot of people don't realise about Stonehenge.
Oh, look what Sam's got. He's got a thing of the Sphinx.
Yeah, the Sphinx. I love this. I love anything Egyptian.
Oh, I think, yeah.
Anything Egyptian. I've got a strong connection with Egyptian things.
Me too.
I'm not claiming I was pharaoh in a past life or anything. I just do have a natural, you know, affinity with anything Egyptian.
It's going to open up.
That's where Sam keeps the best stash in there. Look.
Like that bad boy.
I hope that ain't somebody's mummified dead pet rat, Sam. What a lot of people don't realise about Stonehenge, it is actually surrounded by pole holes. There were actually poles, for want of a better word, that circle the actual stone structure of Stonehenge. And when they actually excavated some of them, they found human remains in the bottom of some of them. and they
Is that
believe
right?
they were literally buried. They were sacrificed and buried to be put under the stones as guardians at the what's
Well,
it?
see, that's a
Because
consistent story with a lot of cultures. The
yeah,
Mayans, everywhere you want go, the Chinese as well. That's a much older culture than
yeah,
Western academia,
mm-hmm,
shall we say, and make a broad umbrella,
mm-hmm.
has even allowed. They've been around. They invented gunpowder. They were
Oh yeah,
having fireworks long before we were even
yeah.
wiping
And
our asses with
I believe it was
paper.
the Mayan. It was the Mayans that invented chocolate.
Yes,
They had chocolate
yeah,
long before everybody else. You know, so I like the
yeah,
Mayans just
coconut.
for that.
Yeah. But look at Arabic culture, and it all came out of there. The Greeks are invented. Everyone says, oh,
Mm-hmm.
democracy. Bullshit. Not everybody had a free reign. It
No.
was not. That's why they had slaves. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. They put it as the Western culture is another human and man-made date of, well, this is when, Western culture started.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's so
It's
great
all.
about Western culture? What happened
It's all.
before that?
Yeah. It's all social construction.
Of course it is. It's all control. And
They are finding circle farmers are digging up more rings. We had a big stash discovered here a few years ago. I think they call it the Staffordshire cache or something, and there was a lot of old stuff dug up then. But in Ireland, as Sam will tell you, they have a lot of peat bogs in Ireland, and they've they found some really interesting, like peat bog.
mm,
Well, they dry out, don't they? It, like mummifies them in the peat.
That's
Sort of
right,
thing.
yeah.
wow.
They've had a few really interesting finds in the island peat bogs. Some really interesting finds, and some on the main continent of Europe as well. Some
Mm.
really interesting stuff dating back.
Well, a few years ago, quite a few years ago now, they had they the Chinese soldier, the Ming Dynasty exhibit of the soldiers that they discovered, and they brought it over to the Australian Museum in Canberra, and I flew over and I can tell you that was a fascinating thing to see
Mm-hmm.
in a big space.
Yeah,
Absolutely, wow.
yeah. Tim
So,
says the Romans devised the sewage system. I said yeah, and the central heating system.
well, where do you think the Romans got it from? Because sewage systems and canals and waterways had been around even in Egyptian and
Mm-hmm.
Babylonian and Hittite times. So go back to like 450 BC, before the Common Era.
Yeah,
And this is
the
where
Roman.
archaeology has a lot to answer for
Yeah,
throwing timelines out.
yeah. The Romans
And
invented the central heating because they used to central heat the villas
they
with
did.
hot water, which they didn't have to do in Egypt because it was always nice and warm in Egypt. They just had to worry more about the floods than anything in Egypt
Yeah.
when in the Nile Delta.
Mm.
Do you think we are going back to a stage now where people are getting more spiritual because technology's got to the point now where the balance has tipped dead, and we're now moving back to a more natural side of things? Because we're seeing a big resurgence in paganism at the moment and
Well,
New
we're
Age
in the age of
stuff, and
Aquarius.
yeah, yeah. I do believe that it, like I say, it cycles where technology goes up on the rise and then the balance tips and then we start to go back to more natural things, our senses and
Mm.
intuition and stuff like that. And I think we've crested the hill now and we're on our way back towards being more spiritual and stuff.
Yeah. I'll answer it in a two-pronged way. As a
Hmm.
species, I think we're digressing
Oh
in a
yeah.
big, big way.
Hmm.
I agree that I think an event like COVID was so predictable,
Yeah.
and it has made a lot of people who are more broader in their thinking, shall we say,
Yeah.
reevaluate what it means for their life and what they want for their life. And just doing 9 to 5 and being a slave to wages and bills and, then you die,
Yeah.
that's not living. That's not what life, this precious gift of life, is
Totally
all
agree
about.
with that. Totally agree with that.
Not everybody's going to be a bloody millionaire or a billionaire. Good luck to them. But I reckon they're probably the miserablest bastards under the sun.
I've known because I used to do a lot of dog showing and I was a judge. I've done dog judging. I used to meet a lot of very well off people.
Yeah.
And they are probably some of the most unhappiest people you'd ever encounter in your lifetime.
I can relate to that on exactly the same level. I've known people that,
and the people who ain't got 2 pennies to rub together seem to be the happiest.
Well, look back in your younger years, and I suppose because we were younger and naive and, but some of the happier times, the best times I felt freer were when I didn't have 2 bob to rub together, but I was happy. Like now, I've got oodles in the bank. I spent my super, bought the house, we did what we did to it, and I'm comfortable. That's it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Right, I'm going to ask you and
a few
Sam a
more
question.
zeros in my bank account, but it's not going to make me happy. What
Yeah.
gives me happiness is walking around that corner on a beautiful sunny day and seeing my pool.
Right, I'm going to ask you just a quick question off Luna, and then I'm going to ask you something that I want to ask you and Sam.
Yeah.
She says, Deb, is your place haunted where you are at now?
No. I have flashes out of the corner of my eye of spirits. It's an exhibition home, but there's nothing negative about the house at all. Nothing.
Yeah. Do you think that might be stone tape theory? Do you think that's more more residual
Residual
than
energy.
intelligent? Right, now the question I'm going to ask both you and Sam, because I don't think I've ever asked Sam this. Do you believe that everyone has latent psychic ability, and do you believe it's possible for a person to develop it? I'll start with Deb.
Oh, sorry, I was waiting for Sam. My apologies.
Sam has to think about these kind of questions.
I think yes. We use so little of the brain capacity that there are, as an example, and I'm always good on examples. You've got to give me that.
Yeah.
Coma patients can have a brain trauma, brain stem injury, wake up. There's a case in, I think it's the UK, or was it America? No, I think the UK. Guy was in a bike accident, woke up, 6-8 months later, and spoke a foreign language.
Italian, and it was the UK.
Yeah.
Yep.
So explain that.
He was in a coma and he woke up and he could speak fluent Italian.
Yeah, fluent Italian, and he was now a maths genius as well.
So do you believe that was as a result that all the external stimuli had shut down and the brain had developed these things,
To protect itself.
Yeah, and to stay in touch, sort of thing.
Yep. It tapped into some sort of latent thing that's there, just for self-preservation.
Yeah.
And so I guess my response would be, yes, people can learn it, and everybody's got the same brain and pathway.
Yeah. Now, this is where I asked Sam, and Sam goes, what was the question again? Sam?
You're sitting there with that first look.
Me and Sam do this all the while. We start a question, and then one or the other of us forget what the question was.
Yeah, I believe that the theory that people can develop psychic ability. Otherwise, there wouldn't be people. Well, maybe there would. People claiming that they can teach people to heighten their psychic ability.
Yeah.
You know.
And do you believe everybody possesses a latent ability, Sam?
Yeah. We just a lot of us can't tap into it really.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
See, I'm of the belief, and it is just my personal belief. I believe everybody has some sort of latent psychic ability. I don't believe everybody possesses the same abilities. I
True.
think I think some people are more adept at certain things than others. If you know what I mean, like one person might start hearing voices, and not have schizophrenia or anything, genuinely start hearing voices. And I think other people could probably never, as much as they tried, would never hear voices as long as they tried, but they could predict things. I think like personality, I think psychic ability is the same. I think everybody has their own strengths and weaknesses in it.
I'd agree with that wholeheartedly. So then it leads to the question, what is it that we need to do individually and potentially collectively? What triggers could we use to start tapping into it, to start using it and changing the perspective and the way that the world is? Because I for one,
I personally believe probably the fastest way to start doing it is to literally cut off the other five senses and trigger it that way. Like you were saying with the coma patient, once those five senses are shut down, it then prompts the mind to start using other resources, and I think that is probably the fastest way to do it. And this is why I think
deprivation.
sensory deprivation experiments have been really convincing in the paranormal field, and that is what I think it is.
Absolutely. That's why that night that Julie did it,
Mm-hmm.
I think what is referred to as the Estes method has a lot of merit to it,
Yeah.
to tapping into that latency.
Mm-hmm.
I also think it has a very, very long way to go
Yeah.
in advancing in connecting and advancing the paranormal as a broad umbrella
Yeah.
church.
See, I Mark. I think that the other night when Julie did that experiment where she was doing the spirit box and Jackie was answering the questions, I believe that Julie was getting her information from other places apart from
Oh, absolutely.
the
Julie
spirit
was plugged
box.
in that night. It's just a
Because
shame.
if anybody goes onto Julie's channel and watches it, Julie's entire personality changed
Yes.
as well as what she was saying.
Yep.
She got at points, and I shouldn't use the word, but I will. She came across as a little bit evil at times. There was definitely some mischievous personality coming through there. I won't say demonic or anything like that, but
Yeah,
there
don't go
was
to
definitely
Desmond's.
no, there was definitely a vindictive element started to come
Yes.
into Julie's, and Julie is anything but vindictive, anything
No,
but. There
there's
was
not
a
a nasty,
definite.
vindictive
Were
bone in
you there
Julie's
that night,
body.
Sam, when she did it? Were you there the other morning when she did it?
Yeah.
It was when she kept doing that strange giggle, and it was,
Oh, yes.
and she was
That's
getting,
when
and it
it
was like
turned.
she was getting a lot of pleasure out of doing it. Now
Yes.
that ain't Julie at all. There was a
No,
complete
not at all.
personality change. So I was under the impression it wasn't just what the spirit box she was hearing off the spirit box. I think other things came into play at the same time. I thought that was a perfect example.
I agree. I would love to do that, or I think probably the best person to do it would be yourself
Yeah,
or
because I don't
one of
freak
us.
out at it. I don't freak. Me and Sam don't freak, so we'd be the
No,
best
neither
people
do
to do
I.
it with.
So,
Yeah.
but we need a safety mechanism to pull her out because the safety tool that we had didn't work on the night because she turned her phone off or something. So we have to have a safety protocol in place to be able to pull Julie out. But Julie is the perfect conduit for an Estes method, and I think she came out of it, and you could see that she enjoyed it.
Well, the next time that we do the stream, I'll set it. I'll bring my Robert's radio down, and I'll blindfold myself and stick the headphones on, and you and Sam can ask me questions, and we'll try it. Because I've got absolutely no psychic ability whatsoever, so it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yep.
If you do a spur communication through the radios and stuff like that, I know it's electronic and sounds less spiritual, but I've been doing Spirit Box sessions only for a couple of years, and in the last 6 to 8 months, when I do a Spirit Box session, very often you'll get the tingling in the hands, up the arms, in the face, in the face and stuff like that. And it doesn't happen in everyday life. And sometimes even when I'm editing the video, when I turn on the audio on that, it starts coming back again. And that's why an awful lot of the time lately I haven't put myself on camera, because it actually does affect you, and I don't know what exactly that is. You know, the theory is that spur communication works through the radio operator, through the human body, and that's why they used to call people like Marcello Bacci a electronic medium. You know.
I've got a lot of friends that are electricians, so that's why I'll say it again, and I'll say it anywhere. And
shut up.
My firm belief in admiration and respect for what Sam does is immense, because he's tapping into using competent, qualified people to build a scientific method to communicate. Now, you can't, you know, it has to start somewhere. We can't just keep on, you know, every bloody weekend warrior with a K2 and a bloody recorder going out there, oh, I got possessed, and oh, we got a Class A EVP. Yeah, well, I had my earbuds in, I didn't hear squat. So
Luna says blindfolding and hearing cut off, it would give you a different way to communicate, to open up to, or even talk in one way will help you tap into it. That is basically what happened on Julie's channel the other day. The way it was set up, Julie had actually got headphones in directly to the spirit box, and she muted the stream sound for herself. And Jackie, a friend in another part of Australia, was asking the questions, and Julie was just responding whenever she heard the spirit box say anything.
And she got more.
And the amount of times,
several direct responses.
That not only did Julie respond as soon as Jackie asked the question, she also responded with an intelligent answer, even though she couldn't physically hear Jackie asking any question at all. It was absolutely fascinating to watch, but there was more than just the spirit box going on. Then there was other things. There was other things being tapped into. It was absolutely fascinating to watch, and it scared the shit out of Jackie in the end. It really did.
Yeah, they definitely will appear to be direct answers to questions.
Yes.
You know.
And Julie's personality changed.
It did change
at different points, and you think, and you can't help but wonder how many people she was actually communicating with.
When she kept doing that giggle, she was doing the most creepiest giggle I've ever heard in my life. It was like something straight out of an horror movie. It literally was. And Julie doesn't do, you know,
no, not
drama
like that.
Shit like that at all.
No, she's the real deal. It's either there or it's not. There's nothing in between. But
I'll put Julie's channel name in the chat so you can look her up. It's actually Unearthly Wanderings.
In a live stream.
3 weeks ago. It was one. It was one of the Saturday lives. It was absolutely fascinating to watch
Yep.
it done. Absolutely fascinating.
And to try and do it from internationally through maybe one of, and I'd love to be able to set it up through one of Sam's boxes. You run it from there, so you're both in different parts of the country, and channel it all that way.
Yeah.
She's in New South Wales. I'm in Western Australia, over the other side of the country.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that three-way between Julie in New
Yeah.
South Wales, you asking the questions, and using Brett's, my apologies, Sam's boxes.
Yeah. Well, we did that on my last stream between me and Sam. Sam ran a box and I asked the questions.
How did it pan out?
Really well. I ended up arguing with one woman over the numbers on cards. We got this one communicator coming through, I kid you not. And Sam was holding up cards and I was saying, what number is it? And they just kept constantly insisting it was number 4. And every time I said, was it 4? It was 4, wasn't it, Sam? Every time I said, what number is it, or what suit, they went 4. And in the end I was arguing with them on the stream. It's not bloody 4.
I've watched that one. Yeah. As soon as you said 4, I thought,
Yeah.
That rang a bell. Yes. Yeah.
See, I did an investigation about a year and a half back at a place called Uber Stand. Oh, Sam's vanished on us. And I was running the spirit box, and the entire time of the spirit box, I kept getting the number 2 coming through. And I often find when you do spirit box sessions, there is a certain word or phrase that will constantly keep coming through. Oh, talk of the devil.
Hello.
Lost internet connection. That's what happened.
Yeah, you're now on here twice, Sam.
Oh, damn.
I'm going to remove your other one. There you go.
What can I say?
I've actually got you in the lobby twice now. Oh, you've disappeared now. You're all right. You've just got the one there. So you're back now, Sam. But yeah, we kept getting the number 4. But when I did this investigation, I kept getting the number 2. Now, I've noticed with a lot watching certain channels lately, and Sam gets it a lot, is the name Dave. And it's coming through the spirit boxes of multiple channels. This name Dave, he's suddenly a recurring theme on everybody's spirit boxes. And why the name Dave, I do not know. But it seems to be some kind of recurring theme.
I thought in the beginning it was a radio DJ, but I'm getting it morning, noon, and night. And I actually got it in a moving car a couple of times as well.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah, I've done spirit box sessions in the car. And I actually drove over the corner of a footpath, and I says, damn it, I cut the corner here. And next thing, straight away, it says, cut corner. And I'm driving in a car. You know?
Did you have somebody that in your life that's passed, like a parent or auntie or uncle, that you used to take for a drive on a Saturday or a Sunday, or that could have possibly been communicating with you that way? Or I don't know.
I don't know. I think there's spirit energy around us all the time.
Yeah.
That's true. I'd agree with that.
You know, and the word haunted is a little bit of overused word kind of thing, I think.
Yeah.
When we think of ITC, we can tap into communication, whether it's a new house like this, or in the middle of a field or top of a mountain. You can get communication anywhere. Where that communication's coming from is another load of theory.
It's another old stream discussion altogether, that one.
Yeah. You know,
it's interesting because Jack said a couple of years ago it was the name Ed. I remember that when Ed was coming through, and Mark said he's got the name Dave recently as well. I've seen it on multiple channels through various different boxes, and this name Dave is cropping up constantly.
Rob Hernandez, who built my spirit box, is actually getting pestered by Ed because he believes that there's a spirit called Ed in his house.
Yeah.
But ever since I bought one of his boxes, I'm getting Rob and Ed and Emma, all associated with Rob. Ed and Emma are two spirits associated with Rob's house. And almost every time I turn the spirit box on, Ed. You know?
Well,
Well,
that would,
you know when you were at Rachel's the other night and me and Anne were watching that spirit box of yours, Sam.
Yeah.
Have you watched that back? You watch how many times the word soup comes out in that thing. In that spirit box session, it got to the point where it was about 25 times a minute. I was counting it. That's how fast the word soup was coming through on that box for about 10 minutes.
Yeah, we tried to do an experiment using the communication of Zellu walkie-talkie app, and I made the massive mistake of putting on my tablet, and I actually once I opened the tablet, it disconnected the connection with the phone. See, I was doing a spirit box session here, but I was in Rachel's house, and we were asking questions through the phone. And we got two-way communication for about 25 minutes, and then we had problems with the Zello app, and it was like a ship with no captain for about 2 hours until I got back, and I spent about an hour and a half then talking to people, and we ran the spirit box and stuff like that. But we might try do it again with more stable communication. You know, I have VHF and stuff like that, but I'm not licensed. But we might try the Zello app again. But I know the mistake I made of turning on my my tablet, which was connected to my phone. Yeah,
different frequencies.
Yeah. Well, the tablet is connected to the phone, and once I opened up the tablet to try and communicate through the tablet, I was actually opened up the app. The same app that's on the phone, the same account. So I shut the account off on the phone, and that's the mistake I made. But it was good for about 25 minutes to 40 minutes around that. It was just an idea.
Mark says, "Do you think it's a glitch?" Mark says, "Do you think it's a glitch? The name Dave coming through from multiple different devices." Because he just uses the Necrophonic app and not the Spirit Box, and he's got the name Dave coming through.
Just before I go on to that, I just want to go back quickly. I'm not trying to dodge that question, but Sam raised a really, really interesting point then. Given that the gentleman that built your box, you're picking up names that are connected. Correct me at any point, just so that I'm clear in my understanding, that you're picking up names that are connected with that person, yes?
Yeah.
Yes, and so is other people that have bought his boxes.
I was just going to ask you, has it happened to anyone else?
Yes, there is another
made. See, that puts a different perspective to the stone tape. It confirms, but it's a different context to the stone tape theory. His energy, his creativity has gone into building these boxes.
Yeah.
And all the electronics are conductors.
Yeah.
And transistors and I don't know, not transistors, but you know what I mean. The components that build it are for communication.
Yeah.
And it's his energy that's put into these devices. So that's an interesting that other people that have bought his boxes, including yourself, Sam, are getting this result.
Yeah, and it was only with that box. And before that, I wasn't getting anything to do with Ed until I bought his box. Yeah. And now I started using other spirit boxes, and I'm still getting Ed.
What does Okay, so what does the name? What's the resonance, or what's the connection between that gentleman and I can't think of his name,
Rob?
and the name Ed? Was it a relative or?
No. Apparently, Ed is his house is connected with the Church of Psychology or Church of
Scientology.
Yeah. There's some connection that way, and then there's a little girl called Emma. I don't know the whole massive story about it, but apparently Ed isn't very nice, and Rob keeps telling Ed to go away. But if you see Rob's streams, he's actually using live radio that's flicked around backwards, and he's still getting he's getting bombarded with Ed, and he just says, "Ed, please go away. Let other people talk."
Mandy wants to know: have you used a singing bowl to call spirit yet, Sam? I'd love a singing bowl.
Oh, I love a singing bowl.
I'd love one.
Peaceful.
I'd love one.
I have two of them right in front of me here. I actually, Mandy asked me a couple of times before, and I haven't actually done that. But I'm thinking about it now, seeing as I'm sort of studying and looking up about frequencies and stuff.
Yeah.
What are your singing bowls made out of?
They're kind of, I think, of brass.
Right.
That's an ordinary looking one, but this one actually is an antique. There's a little sort of crest inside of. I'm pretty damn handy at making the.
Go on, do it. Let's hear it.
What I normally do is I have less contact with the bowl as possible, so I'm not drowning the sound, and then I just.
That's cool. I love them. I love singing bowls.
I love them. Those big crystal ones when people. Oh.
You're really good with that, Sam.
Yeah.
You look like a witch stirring your cauldron. Bubble, bubble, toilet trouble. You're really making that sing well.
Yeah, I don't use this end. I always use the handle.
Yep.
But there's less contact, and I try to balance the bowl on a. If you put too much, you'll dampen it. If you put some people. So I try to balance it right there. And once you give it one tap, you can have it. You can have it. Keep it going.
You're really good at that.
He is.
Yeah.
That's cool.
That's brilliant.
The bigger ones you'll get loud, can get really loud sound from.
I agree, Mandy. The frequency is energizing.
I was just going to say, have you used anything to try and detect the frequency that you get out of it, being copper?
No, I'm only sort of looking into oscillators or whatever you call it.
I was just going to ask her the same thing, Pat. Have you ever put water inside it and tried using it with water and watching the water ripple?
No, I haven't actually.
Because that'd be interesting, because you then combine into elements, earth and air, water and air.
Yeah.
And earth itself from the brass.
I was going to suggest don't use tap water.
Yeah.
Try and find
rainwater would be your best.
Black water, yeah.
Mm.
And earth water's from a lake, some sort of a stream or something over there, and capture some of that and put it in it, and that was beautiful.
Yeah, I think
Fee says hello, Brett, Sam, and Deb.
Hello, Fee.
Hello, Fee.
Yeah, you ought to try it with water, Sam.
Do you want me to try with this one to see if I can get any louder?
Yeah,
I don't
go
want
on.
to blow
Just try it with tap water for now. Or a bit of vodka if you've got that.
You won't actually see. You won't actually see.
No, but it'll be interesting to see if the pitch changes.
All right, but this is a
I
different.
want to see. I want to see what the sound's different with the water in it.
All right,
Right, give me
Sam's
a
going to get
second.
water. I'm going to go and get another jacket or something.
Is it cold in Australia at the moment, Deb?
Yeah, I'll tell you what the temperature is here in good old WA or Perth. It's 13.5 degrees.
And that's at what, 6 a.m. in the morning?
Yeah, it's 6:05 here in Western Australia. So
We ain't even getting 13 degrees at midday here at the moment.
well, it's going to be a lovely 25 today, so I will be having a swim.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah, and at the pool, we've got the water set for fresh water with magnesium.
Mm-hmm.
Or we can switch it up to a saltwater pool. But the one thing we both agree on is we will never have a chlorine pool. But it's soft water on your skin, the fresh water with the magnesium. It's there to help you with your old bones. I'm just going to go and grab another jacket.
Okay, but Buddha Sam's back, by the way.
Yeah,
Have you filled it up with what you filled it up with, Sam? Whiskey.
No, if you fill it, I think I only put a little bit in the bottom because if you fill it up, you'll water.
Yeah, you'll mute it.
Yeah. Will I give it a shot?
Yeah,
now you won't be able to see the water, but
that's all right. Go on.
I think I was doing better with the other bowl. I'll use the other bowl. It's the shape I like with this other one. Right, I'm going to put the water into this other one. There we go. That's a different sound.
It's definitely different.
For some reason, I'm finding it easier.
It's definitely a different pitch.
Yeah.
It is lower pat. It is a lower tone.
It'd be interesting if somebody else was slightly pouring in the water while I was doing it, you know?
Yeah. Miss Q's just suggested something interesting. Would be interesting to use the vibrated water from a singing bowl on plants.
That's what some people actually do, actually. I've heard about that before, actually.
Seago says if it wasn't so late, he'd be able to tell you what the note was on his guitar.
Yeah. The trick is less skin as possible on the bottom of the bowl, because if you put too much, you'll dampen the sound. So try to get a balancing point where it will stay.
Do you have to ding it first, or can you just start that thing just by dragging the what's it round?
I can start it, but it's easier to have that note and then
Start it
just
first.
accelerate.
Yeah.
It's a kind of like a jump start. You see, I can do it, but it takes a while.
Yeah, to build it up.
But I have it now.
Yeah. Oh, you're doing well with that one, Sam. You're getting right up in the pitch with that. And it carries on for ages after, doesn't it? Brilliant the
Yeah.
way it works.
Yeah, but definitely less contact with the bowl as possible, and it'll keep ringing. You know,
Yeah.
a lot of people can't get the hang of it, and you get these cushions. People think that you need to use the cushion. You know, put it sitting on the cushion. I just put it balanced.
Have you tried it with the other end, Sam? Can you make a noise with the big end rather than the handle? Seago says it's an A note you're producing.
Yeah. You see, it's not the cloth on it is buffering it. It's that's why I use solid wood. That's
Yeah.
why you use the handle. I know you're supposed to use this, but I find that the cloth actually just dampens the sound and stops it from ringing. You know, 440 hertz.
440 hertz. If you can get that up to 538, it should start healing.
Yeah, but I'd say you need to have them hertz for a long time, for 20 minutes or half an hour or so, to have some sort of effect. I did try the 18 hertz. That is the same resonancy as the eye, and actually my eye started getting heavy about 20 minutes after I started the experiment, you know.
Yeah.
So did it change the pitch?
Yeah, it seemed to be lower. Seago says it's 440 hertz, the frequency she's producing.
440. Do you want me to put it on again and I'll show you?
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'd love to.
It's lower. Slightly lower pitch.
Yeah.
It depends too on what part of my hand.
She actually got it going really well, just Deb, while you were gone, and she got it to rise up right through the pitch. So the note got higher and higher and higher. She got it going really well.
Yeah, she did. She's really good with it, isn't she?
Yeah. I'm going to have to get me one and practice.
With the big bowls, when you get to a certain level, it starts vibrating on your hand and it starts stinging.
Oh,
Well,
true.
if that's the case, I'm doing mine in my lap.
We'll save on batteries.
Well, look, Sam thought that's a good idea. Now I'll wait till this stream's finished.
Oh, that one you'd call a knee trembler.
No batteries required.
That's the one. No batteries. Save on batteries and recharges. Actually,
Pat, I can't even pronounce that. It's 440 hertz. A solfeggio tone, I presume.
yes, it is.
It?
Yeah. Musical theory. Oh, that's an interesting subject. Oh, watched the live stream from the other night back, and you were saying that you get a lot of cramps, Brett.
Yeah. Only since I've had the heart attack.
I know there's a lot of sugar involved with bananas, but bananas are really good for that, for potassium. Because magnesium and potassium.
I've been advised not to have potassium.
Right,
That's why I can't have.
magnesium.
I love, but yeah, magnesium I'm okay, but I've got to avoid anything with potassium in it. That's why I had to cut down my salt as well.
Roger. Understood.
Because I actually quite enjoy bananas, but I can have them occasionally. I just can't eat them very often.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, that's nice of somebody saying thank you for keeping the chat friendly, and then I realised it's Streamlabs.
Yeah.
I'll put it in. It was one I'd set up the other week. Sitting here thinking, that's nice of somebody to put that in the chat. Yeah, but I think it's right what somebody said earlier. It is very energising to listen to that tone.
Extremely.
You need a prayer drum now as well, Sam.
Oh, yeah.
You don't? Do you know what a prayer drum is?
I think I bought one for a friend of mine, but I didn't know exactly what it was.
It's what they have them in the Buddhist temples and they spin them.
Have you ever done a sweat lodge experience?
I've been to plenty of saunas, Deb.
I'm not touching it.
No, I'm not going.
Go on, carry on.
No, I'm not going within QE of that. I was keeping it above the gutter.
I've never done a sweat lodge.
Oh, they're
But
an interesting experience.
Don't you
With
have to have like
with the
herbs
drumming?
and stuff with it?
No, it's just a cleansing experience. But I've done them where people play drums during it. Oh, wacky do. That's a charge up.
Yeah.
I find the sweat lodges can be very insightful and cleansing.
I like
Never heard
saunas. I think they're relaxing.
Yeah, I've done it in a teepee in the mountains here in Western Australia because we've got a very Mediterranean climate.
See,
here.
we can't really do it over here, Dev, unless we want to freeze our knackers off. You know, because we don't get the temperatures really, and when you come out, you just freeze to death. It'd be nice while you're in there. Mind you, a lot of the Swedish do it. A lot of the Swedish they do saunas and then jump in bloody ice-covered lakes. They're just balmy in Sweden.
I've seen plenty of YouTube things about that and the Russians, but yeah,
it's balmy.
Yeah, I don't quite get it either, but
Apparently, it's because your pores are all opened up, and I suppose when you jump in the water, it flushes all your pores out as they contract again. I can't say I'd fancy doing it, coming out of a nice warm sauna and jumping in a freezing cold lake.
Yeah, I remember once coming home from on site, and I just really felt like I swim, just getting all the red dust, the red ochre dust out of my system. And it was the middle of winter, and I jumped in the pool where we were living. And Janet and her son Sam were out there going, "It's too cold. You're not going to, I said, "No, I just really feel like I swim. I've just got to get this, dust out of me." And the shower wasn't going to do it. So I jumped in the pool. And have you ever seen one of those David Attenborough docos where the penguins jump in the water and then they come leaping out?
Yeah.
That was me. Dived in one end and leapt out the other.
Pat's asked something, and I've never heard of this. Has anyone tried a gong bath? I find gongs annoying, to be honest with you, to get on my tits if somebody was banging on a gong while I was in the bath.
Not in a bath, but I've tried it in a teepee, in a meditation weekend retreat.
Oh God, no, to do it, I'd find that irritating, a gong.
Yeah, it wasn't the same as the drums.
Yeah.
That was more soothing and getting you in the mood. But it was still interesting.
Brett, not manners. I've got no manners, Jackie. You know that.
Jackie, is Jackie in the screen?
Is that when you listen to T-Rex in the bath? I've got to be
Get it
honest,
on.
Pat. I've never heard of that, a gong bath.
No.
I've got to be honest. But I suppose again, it's somewhere else. It's like another instrument that's going to continue buzzing frequencies through water, in it. A gong.
Yeah.
I suppose you could do it with I suppose you could do it with a triangle as well.
You can do it with anything that has resonance.
Yeah.
And water is a conduit.
Yep. Especially for sound waves. So whales talk.
Actually,
I had to deal with an upset Jace tonight. He was in tears here.
Oh, what did you do? Did you feed him another rat?
Nothing I've done. He had his first bloody COVID jab. And then when he had his second one, his hearing started playing up. So he's gone to the doctors, and they've referred him to the hospital to get it all checked. But it's been getting worse. He can barely hear now. It's like talking to somebody deaf. And because he likes his, because piano's his life, he can't play or nothing at the moment, and he was really upset over it. But he's been bloody Googling it on the internet and reading about how it, these jabs have been affecting people's hearing, and they ain't got their hearing. They've lost their hearing. And I'm like, Jace, you need to stop self-diagnosing on the internet because it ain't good for you.
Yeah. So what type of COVID vaccine, AstraZeneca, or are you guys using over there?
I think it was the AstraZeneca one. His mom and dad have had the Oxford one, but he had the other one.
For some reason, they've banned the Oxford one here in Australia, but they're pumping this AstraZeneca, and we've had, I think, 4-5 cases now across Australia of people dying from blood clots.
Yeah, well, that's what we had over here as well. But there's also apparently this hearing thing is a common thing. Is one of the common side effects, and he's made people go deaf, and he's absolutely devastated because he loves his piano.
Well, he would be if the piano and music is his life.
It is his life.
Well, oddly enough, last Wednesday, I had my annual flu shot in this arm, my right arm, and a pneumonia shot in the left arm. And they offered me the COVID shot, and I declined.
Yeah, I've refused to have it because with my heart condition, I'm sorry, it's ain't been tested long enough on people with heart problems for my liking.
Yeah. Well, about 15 years ago, I had an aneurysm, so a blood clot. Any thought of a blood clot to me was just like a raving red flag. So I went, no, thank you, just the usual.
As far as I'm aware, Jack, I've got no spirits in this house. Brett's spirits in your house just moved across the screen. My camera's a bit dodgy at the moment, Jack, so it might be that the camera's playing up. It flickers every so often. I've got to get a new one. Up to this point, I've been lucky with my last few streams. It's held out, but occasionally it is flickering and stuff, so it might be that. Yeah, but he's really bad, Seago. It ain't just blood. They've said you can't hear any high frequencies at the moment, none whatsoever. But I can't even talk to him now without having to shout at him for him to hear me. And because he's Googled it and he's been reading all these bloody reports about people, getting tinnitus and going deaf, literally since having it, he's panicking now that he's going to go deaf. And I've said to him, just get another appointment with your doctor tomorrow and tell her it's got worse. And see if you can get your hospital appointment speeded up. Because he's read if it ain't treated within a few months, it's like permanent deafness. And I've told him, I said, you really need to stop going on Google and Googling these things, because a lot of these bloody people suddenly become doctors on the internet when they've got no qualifications whatsoever.
Yeah.
No. Do you need a referral to an audio clinic over there, or can you
Yeah.
book?
No,
Oh,
you have to
righto.
be referred. They have they have booked him in for a WhatsApp, but he's got to wait for it to come through now. And because we've got COVID and the lockdowns over here, could be months away. Yeah, he has seen a doctor, Seago, but I've told him to go back tomorrow and tell her it's got worse and try and get the appointment sped up.
Well, I am
'Cause
sorry to hear that.
No, we ain't finished yet, gay. I'm a bugger for not going to the doctors, Deb. I'm a bugger for it. When I had my heart attack, none of the doctors here in Rotherham had ever seen me. The last time I'd been to a doctor's before I had my heart attack was like 7 years before. I just don't go unless I am seriously ill. I just don't go.
Yeah,
I'd rather just sit at home and suffer whatever I've got and just wait for it to pass.
yeah. Well, I don't go rushing off to the doctors just for a cold or anything like that. And
Yeah.
it's been years since I've actually had
Yeah.
one.
Well,
Um,
I had an argument with my last doctor. He hadn't seen me for 5 years, and I felt really, really ill, and it wouldn't go away. So I went to see him, and he turned around and said, "Well, I doubt it's that bad." And I'm like, "You haven't seen me for 5 years. Do you think I'd be here if if it weren't bad?"
yeah, yeah. I'm not one for rushing off to doctors for no other reason that, you know, give your body a chance to.
Yeah,
But if you think it's serious enough, then go.
yeah,
But yeah, I'm
yeah,
not at mine. She said, "Oh, I haven't seen you for 2 years," and I went, "Oh, no, just doing a health checkup. Thought I'd get, a health checkup and a skin check, and because of the sun here, and yeah." So I'm like you. I don't go racing off for every little,
no.
sneeze, cough, dribble, or whatever.
Mind you, I've got to be honest. Jace is the same. He don't go either. That's how I knew there was something bad because he booked a doctor's appointment, and I knew it was, you know, I knew it was worrying him because normally he very rarely gets ill anyway. Jace, he's one of them really annoying
Yeah.
people who rarely gets ill, And bye, Fee, and thank you for the like. And when he said, I've booked an hearing appointment, a doctor's appointment, I thought, oh, it's got to be bad for him to do that. But I've said to him tonight, I said, don't worry about it. Just get on the phone to the doctors tomorrow and because he was in tears, he was in absolute tears tonight, and Jay saying like that, and he's panicking over his piano and stuff.
I don't
'Cause
blame him.
he loves his piano. He's all his piano. Anyway, let's get back to more cheerful topics.
Well, it raises an interesting topic in my head, and I think somebody alluded to it in a way that triggered the thought pattern in the chat earlier with music theory regarding the type of work that Sam does. Different, like singers like baritones and all the different tones within the singing range, the voice range. I can't think of a couple of them off the top of my head. I mean,
Funny enough that you said that, because that was just in my head. Rob actually put out a clip a couple of days ago of ambient music with low frequencies, and got a woman's voice coming through in it, which it should be only just music. You know that ambient music you're relaxed to?
yep.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, I was actually listening. I put two lots of relaxing music on last night. One of them was Didgeridoo, because believe it or not, I absolutely love listening to the Didgeridoo.
No, me too.
And the other one was Native American pan flute music I was listening to because I love that as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
You can really hate to you can really grow to hate your Facebook friends sometimes. I'll tell you later.
Okay. But yeah, I think
Tell me.
Music's got a lot to do with it. It uses different parts of the brain, different synaptic pathways, different emotional responses.
See, I didn't realise how hard the didgeridoo is actually to play. Because
Oh
you
yeah, it's a
look at it
breathing
and
instrument.
you think it's a bloody stick, but you have to learn rotational breathing to play it.
Yeah.
Because if you listen to it, there's never any pause in the music.
No, none whatsoever. Until you get that last high pitched note, and there's the last big blow of breath.
Yeah.
But in our culture, it's completely a male instrument, and it's not culturally appropriate,
For a
and it
woman to
drives
play it.
most of us nuts when you see tourists going out to Aboriginal sort of in the outback communities in the outback, and women picking up a didgeridoo. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
I'm amazed that they allow it, to tell you the truth. But culturally, it's just simply not an appropriate. It's completely a man's instrument, the didgeridoo.
I didn't realise that women weren't allowed to play it.
No, we have our own different instruments, but the didge is completely a male instrument.
Jack says, have you seen the colour frequency, e.g. white noise, green noise, pink noise, brings out different communications? That is quite interesting comment, actually, Jack, because a lot of people who do communication are convinced that you get the best communication under red light. It ain't something I'm convinced of, but, it is a quite common belief in a lot of paranormal circles that a red light will improve speed of communication. Personally, I think especially in Victorian times, it was done because it was just easier to cheat if the light was red, because the human eye don't pick up red light brilliantly. Yeah, I believe that, Mandy. I believe using sound in different forms can help you to hear things from different frequencies too. Yeah, I think some
Funny, I
frequencies.
just had the same thought in my head. I was just
Yeah.
going to say different music when I have meditated and used my healing and my energy work, and to raise my frequency for energy work.
Here's Sam's dog coming to pose.
Yeah.
She'll be peeping over Sam's shoulder in a minute and posing, I guarantee you.
What a cutie.
Honestly,
That's a great shot.
She's like one of them annoying teenagers when you're trying to do a photo and them in the background with the fingers up and doing this. That's Sam's dog.
Never barks. Quiet as a lamb. The only time she pesters me is for treats.
Do you want to come and live here? And you can have Kaya for a couple of weeks.
Peace and quiet. All right.
Jack wants to know what the female instrument is.
I can't tell you.
See, Deb obviously don't play one, whatever it is. Jack says, one of the colour sounds, you hear footsteps really loud, or the you hear talking, or the you hear banging. Oh, I've never heard that, Jack. Has anybody else ever heard that? That you hear sounds better under different lights? It's somewhere I've never heard.
No. Wouldn't surprise me though, but how would somebody that's colourblind be affected that way?
Yeah. Mandy says, Luna, that's why I believe Sam would get more communication using an added sound, like from the singing bowl or a gong. Don't use a gong, Sam, for God's sake. But not the kind of dinner gong you think of, Brett, but the deep low one. Oh yeah, I could cope with a low one. It sounds harsh. Clashing gongs that'd annoy me. A deep one I could cope with.
Yeah, recently I uploaded an app on my phone. Now I don't like ghost apps or anything like that, but there's loads of frequencies apps, and there's one particular one, and you can have three different frequencies going on at the same time. So I thought I might add that to some of my communication and see how it goes, you know.
All you can do is try.
There was a guy called Bill O'Neill who worked on a machine that was like a spirit radio, but instead of radio communications, it was all frequencies. And he had 20 hours of recorded two-way communication with a spirit of an engineer that he had known, apparently. There is some of
20
that.
hours. That's a lot. That's a lot of communication.
Yeah, I actually put one of the clips up on my community tab, but you might have to go back a week or two.
Well, that's all right. I can do that. Yep. I'd be
See,
interested.
but if you think about it, frequencies have got to work like that because they use carrier waves in radio communication. Certain frequencies do help carry other frequencies, so it would definitely be interesting trying it.
The thing is, a lot of this stuff on YouTube is very educational, but it doesn't get watched.
Yeah,
I watch it.
and
It's
well,
overshadowed.
I'll keep telling her this, Deb. I'll keep telling her this. I'd rather watch that kind of stuff than some prat screaming round an house that Desmond's them after him any day of the week.
Oh no. I watch. That's why I said before about some of the stuff around the bloody hell. Now I've forgotten the name of them again. The Vril Society. I caught the first inkling of that through watching on World at War on YouTube. Go figure. That was a fascinating and interesting, and it was Heinrich Himmler that was part of the Vril Society and all the top SS at the Castle of Doom.
All the top SS were well into the supernatural,
Yes,
without a doubt. They all
were.
were.
They were absolutely fascinated with the occult.
Yeah. That was. I think that was why Hitler promoted them to the positions they got. Was because they had an interest in it to start off with.
Yeah, but Hitler's direct reason for sending all these teams all over the world looking for esoteric or occult instruments was that he was after the Spear of Destiny.
Yeah.
That was his main driver.
He did genuinely believe there was a super race living in the Hollow Earth.
Yeah.
And he spent millions of gold that they looted off the Jewish people in trying to reach, the centre of the earth to meet this race because he was convinced that they would help him win the war. He'd got some really odd beliefs at Hitler, really odd beliefs.
He was desperate to prove any connection to that superior race theory. And that they were descendants of whomever he decided to create. And it was Himmler and Goebbels was the marketing guy. And between them, they convinced him of all sorts of bloody crazy.
Oh, God, yeah. Well, a lot of people are convinced he was just a figurehead, ain't they, Hitler? They think it was actually them lot. They think it was them lot. It was literally a cult who was pulling the strings. Really, he was just the figurehead.
Well, he was addicted to morphine towards the end. The last couple of years, he was, not quite all there all the time. So these guys basically do what they want, and they really ramped it up to the last 2 or 3 years. 2 years of the war, in particular, but. I'm going to sort of segue back into a comment that I made earlier about the Nimitz incident. When General Nimitz went to the Antarctic with the military naval squadron, and they were roundly defeated. Now, given that is now released under Freedom of Information after 50 years, that's been confirmed. and they were forced back. They lost planes, ships, all sorts of stuff. And then it begs the question of the generations that may have still lived there still in these massive underground tunnel systems that they discovered. What if they're still there?
Exactly. Seago's just put some interest in there. I've played haunted places and had experiences on stage before, being touched, etc. Obviously, all personal stuff, so can't be proven, I guess. But other activity ramps up in haunted venues, plus live music. Now, I always say there's no more convincing evidence, than personal evidence. No matter what you read or learn, until you experience it yourself, there's nothing more convincing than that. But that is really interesting that you've made the connection between haunted venues and live music. You know, it does sound play a big part in things. Could it be one of the triggers for things like stone tape theory? That is one of the things that triggers the replay.
And the first place you'd think of that's well known for that sort of thing is Bobby Mackey's in America.
Yeah. Yeah.
First place that came to me
Yeah.
was, it's not just the hauntings that people go there to investigate. They reckon that the music's great and all that sort of stuff. I don't know.
Hi, Werner.
Hello, Werner. How are you, Dom?
You think about the amount of nightclubs and stuff you hear that have got, ghosts and stuff in them. It's like the one in London where what's her name? The last woman who got hanged in Britain, shot her victim. What was her name? Oh, what's the name of the last woman? Sam, who was hung in Britain.
I have no idea. I'm very bad at history.
Oh, I can't think of it. Let me Google it. But the club where she shot him, a ghost is apparently supposed to appear there. Hang on.
Is that right?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to Google her name because he's bugging me. Ruth Ellis, that's it. She's supposed to haunt the nightclub where she shot him. So maybe it is. Maybe sound is one of the main triggers, because when people often say to me, if stone tape theory is true, why is it not constantly playing all the while? And I always say I believe that there's got to be certain conditions met to replay a residual haunting, be it a date or a thunderstorm that was happening, like it was happening at the same time. Maybe sound is another one. Maybe certain frequencies in the air could trigger it.
Frequencies is a big one that I've only started to delve into, but it's fascinating. Like,
oh, great.
But you get involved with the paranormal communities, and they don't look into these things. The 18 hertz. If you have a fan that's generating 18 hertz, there may be a possible link in that and paranormal activity witnessed by residents of a house. So why are paranormal investigators not measuring frequencies like they measure EMF and stuff like that? You never hear stuff like that, because 18 hertz is the same resonance or same frequency as the eyeball, and it causes the eyeball to vibrate and causes illusions.
Yeah. Same way that electromagnetic fields do it. Luna says she only lives 2 hours from Bobby's. I actually, believe it or not, I actually live 40 minutes from 30 East Drive. And I've never been, and I've got no interest in ever going. It's supposed to be the most haunted house in Europe.
Well, yeah.
And you can tell by my tone of voice how much I believe that one.
I'm shocked.
And you can't use the cooker or the television.
No.
You have to get takeouts.
Well,
Mandy says she always believes sound and frequency holds the answers.
I'm a big supporter of that.
Yeah.
Of sound theory. of
And this is why I think crystals have been popular for thousands of years, because they affect frequencies.
well, houses
Yeah.
have frequencies. I think of all the electronic gadgets that you've got in your
Yeah,
house these days,
yeah.
Yeah.
let alone the natural electromagnetic fields
Hmm.
of the earth
Well,
and
you know,
humans.
there's been a resurgence lately in in paranormal, because it was big in Victorian times. Then during the 20s and 30s, it died off a little bit, and now it started ramping up again. It makes you wonder if things like the internet, radio, and that are all coming back up. We're putting all these artificial frequencies into the air. Are they affecting stuff? Are they bringing it to the fore more? Who knows?
Mm. And with people being confined because of COVID,
Yeah.
they're experiencing more.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to
You
say
know.
positive, it's Desmond's and all this other stuff, but it will
Yeah.
have an impact on your sleep, your deep REM
Yeah.
sleep pattern
Yeah.
of what triggers in your subconscious in your imagination.
Mm-hmm.
So, people say, "Oh, I was held down in my bed," or something, this, that, and the other. I think you could go back to Sam sitting there with a smile. I'm obviously on a wavelength that's appealing. I think that would be an interesting topic of conversation.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
always hear about the negative stuff. We never hear about all the positive stuff in the
Yeah.
paranormal,
Yeah.
which is way 98%, I suppose.
Yeah. Well,
I'd agree.
you get that saying, sex sells in the paranormal fields. It's Desmond sells at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, it
It's
used
like,
to be sex cells. Now it's drama cells.
Yeah.
You'll always get the bad
oh,
news on the front of the newspaper,
Mm-hmm.
well, I don't even read newspapers anymore. I get a lot of my news from various sources online.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Oh,
That's what I do. And
I
it's
can't
now
tell you
good.
the last time I
It's
picked
now
up a
good.
physical
Anybody
paper.
asking me if I've watched a certain TV program, because I ain't even got a TV aerial on the roof. I've got no interest in TV at all.
I mean, I can watch TVs on mine. I do have an aerial because it all plugs in to the coaxial cable for the net and the digital TVs that I've got, because I've got all the latest whiz bang ones. But I never watch it. Yeah, that's why when that lady asked that question earlier about some show that's popular in New Zealand and all that, I sort of looked blank and went, "Oh,
Yeah.
couldn't tell you." But there is a show here I've heard. I've never watched it, so this is just hearsay information of friends of mine that talk about a show called here in Australia that's apparently quite big, called Gogglebox.
Oh, we've got it over here as well.
Yeah, and I believe from hearsay, so I don't know this to be a fact, that it's people that sit at home and they film while watching some
TV programs.
TV program.
Yeah, but yeah, we got it over here exactly the same, Deb.
I'd rather take to myself with a goddamn. I'd rather have root canal without the anaesthetic than be
Yeah.
that desperate for
Yeah.
something to entertain me.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, that's where your brain's gone to.
Yeah. Seago says there's a lot to be said about the way frequencies act with our world. That's true. And if you think about it, the planet itself is one giant frequency generator.
Of course, it is.
It's a giant magnet.
Geothermal energy.
Yeah, it's a giant magnet.
Oh yeah, and there's another magnetic fields. There's another interesting topic to be discussed that nobody in the paranormal ever talks about.
Yeah, I do. Me and Sam
Yeah,
talk
I
about
do.
magnetic energy a lot. Then with Sam.
Well, we must be the only three strange ones
Yeah.
doing it.
Yeah.
I was wondering, would the Earth's magnetic field be affected by all the electricity and all the internet all over the world?
I've been wondering
I know
that myself for years. since the internet came along and really developed?
I don't know, because it projects so far out into space anyway. I think at the
Well,
levels that we're generating it at ground level, I think the Earth's frequencies just swamp them anyway.
Probably some expert in the future will listen
Yeah.
back to this and say, "What a stupid
Yeah.
question."
No, it's not
or
so,
a good
because
question.
if we ever interfere with the Earth's magnetic fields, we're dead. Because
yeah.
it's what
Oh.
protects us from the solar radiation. We're dead.
Correct.
Simple as that. If we mess up our electromagnetic fields on the planet, we
Well,
are
one of
dead
the
instantly.
Yeah.
When
One
you
of the
think
apps
about
that
it,
I've got on my phone is I check every day is solar flares and solar energy from the sun,
Yeah.
and it tells
Yeah.
me, because a big flare can have a massive impact on the technology here on Earth.
God, yeah. Mandy says I miss intelligent conversation since becoming housebound. So what the friggin' hell are you doing on here then?
2 Poms and an Aussie.
We don't do intelligent conversation on here, Mandy. I'm sorry. Yeah, but again, that's another thing that would be interested to start monitoring. Recording solar flares and seeing if paranormal
Yep.
occurrences increase or decrease during a solar flare. I bet that's
Yep.
something else somebody's never looked into.
No, I've been a big watcher of solar flares for quite a number of years, and those sorts of events when I think it was about 3 years ago. There was a big solar flare, and it knocked out some
Yeah.
communication in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah,
apparently it interrupts with radio signals.
it does.
Yeah.
And if it got through the magnetic field strong enough, there wouldn't be a computer left on the planet. It would burn out
everything
everything.
would go down.
Every single piece of electronic equipment would be fried instantly.
No more YouTube.
No more, yeah. No more internet. I'd have to kill myself.
Yep.
I can live without my TV, but touch my internet and I'll break your fingers.
Yeah. Oh, I'd do more than that. I'd turn into a Desmond, and I'd come
Cannot
touch
live
my
without
internet.
my
And
internet.
I am not. I
Yeah.
am not a friendly individual.
And it just shows how reliant we've become on
Oh, yeah.
technology as a species, because I can't even remember what life was like before a mobile phone and the internet.
No.
Even though I experienced life before mobile phones and the internet,
Same.
I just simply cannot remember what life was like without them.
No. Well, hence the new laptop with the M1 chip. I had to wait and wait and wait and wait and wait,
Yeah.
and they
Well, I'm
didn't
still
have it
waiting.
in that.
I'm still waiting for a graphics card to finish mine off. I'm still using the old
And
graphics
yeah,
card.
the desktop hasn't even arrived here in Australia yet with the M1 chip, nor have the iPads.
I'm behind on technology. I've got a tube TV. An old tube television.
Do.
Yeah.
You have a good day at work, Jack.
There used to be put in, you can carry it around with you, and you can put it in your car. Or put
I
it
used to have one of them. I can remember. I used to have one of them.
Oh, I've
Sam.
remembered those in the car.
Yeah.
I used to have one of them.
No, all we get is static. That's why you have it, actually. It's for visual ATC and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But science, engineering, and the umbrella term paranormal have a lot to work together on in the various fields. Like with Sam's work, he relies on experts in a specific field with scientific grounding and methodology, and it's like neuroscience.
The problem we've
I
got
alluded to
on
it.
YouTube, Deb, is a lot of people don't want to use experts and stuff because they know 99% of what they're putting out there as genuine stuff would be immediately debunked. This is, and especially on the YouTube platform, and
Oh, I
this is
think
why
that's
a
a
lot of
very, very, very valid statement.
this is why a lot of them won't use experts, because 99% of what they put out there would instantly be debunked instantly.
See, I done the ghost hunting thing where I done everything, but I came to the realization you're better off focusing on one or two things and being good at those than
Yeah.
trying to go
Yep.
through, because there's so much that you have to monitor. That, yes, I'll probably go back out again and do a few parts of an investigation, because I believe an investigation takes a long, long time.
Yep.
But most of our evidence was EVPs and EVPs and sound. So that's why I'm focusing on sound.
See, I'm really lucky. I've been interested in the paranormal since I was about 10, 11 years old, and
Yeah,
I
I
have
was-
read hundreds and hundreds of books on all different types of paranormal stuff. And I'm lucky enough to be like a sponge when it comes to knowledge and reading stuff, and it goes in and it stays. So I'm a bit like a walking encyclopedia. I am nowhere near an expert, but I can pretty much hold my own on any topic of the paranormal.
I'm exactly the same, Brett.
Yeah.
I'm a voracious reader, and my reading tastes are eclectic and broad, and I love history and science and how this.
Yeah.
That's why Nikola Tesla's. When somebody says, who would you invite to a dinner party, past, present, or future, and he'd be on my top of my top three.
Yeah.
Probably the top person I'd like to sit down and chat with, but and his 369 frequencies and but I'm the same. I can hold my own with most discussions, and I do not claim to be an expert on anything outside my professional qualifications, but my knowledge on a range of subjects is I can hold, like you say, I can hold my own, and it's very broad. There's very few topics I can sit down at a dinner table and not talk about.
Yeah.
It's been very educational, actually. That's why I'm so quiet tonight. I normally am very, very chatty, but I'm enjoying listening.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. There has to be something said for a blonde being educationally interesting.
There's got to be something to be said when Sam's sitting there admitting somebody can out-talk her.
He's been smiling a lot, but when we were talking earlier about aliens and stuff, the pursed lip, that really made me laugh.
I always bring the topic round to aliens just to watch Sam's face, because I enjoy it. Got to be honest.
Okay.
Well, I can say I'm skeptic. Yes, I have bought long range viewing equipment and stuff like that. And actually, there was a UFO not so long ago spotted not far from here. And I'm actually 3 floors up. I've got a great view over the city and stuff like that. And every so often I go out and I take up my scope camera and that and have a look around,
See, that was like the house I just moved out of. I've got a complete view over the Rother Valley, which is actually part of UFO Alley in the UK.
Oh.
And I ain't got it here now, unfortunately. But oddly enough, we had an odd light here the other night. Me and Jace watched it, and it hovered for about 3 hours altogether before it buggered off. That was an interesting one.
Now, hover. What hovers? It's certainly not a star.
No.
And it's not a weather balloon.
It maintained the exact same spot for 3 hours. Never moved or nothing. If it's a star, they move.
If you try to take a photograph of the moon, it's very complicated to try and do it on an ordinary camera.
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
just constantly, there's all this constant movement in that.
Yeah.
So to have something in a stationary position for such a long time is very strange.
Well,
Okay,
certainly
here's a quick question for the two of you then. If you could go and investigate anywhere in the world for anything paranormal, where would you go? Sam first.
It's a kind of a weird one. Oh, the mind has gone blank. Do you know the?
If anybody says Waverley Hills, I'm going to hit you over the head with a baseball bat.
No, this is. I don't think anybody ever has mentioned this before. But do you know the properties around Pablo Escobar's in?
oh yes,
Yeah, yeah.
Nicaragua,
Is it Mexico or
Colombia.
Colombia? Yeah.
It's somewhere in South America.
It was in Colombia. He was one of the biggest. He actually had most of the £50 notes at one stage, or the $50 notes or whatever.
Is that
But
right?
he there was a short. I think there was a shortage, either 20s or 50s. But he was putting the money into barrels and burying them. The rats ate half the money.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Didn't they find a safe of his recently in one of his houses after they demolished it and somebody claimed it? Sure they did.
I didn't hear about that. I know a farmer dug
Yeah.
up a load of barrels in a field and that.
Good on
So
him.
that's yours then. Sam's just in it for the money. Thank you, Mandy. That's really appreciated. Thank you very much. Deb,
Egypt for me.
would it be? Mine's really easy. It's the same answer every time. Is Gettysburg. For the history of the place and the fact there are so many alleged haunted locations in one area. I would love to go to Gettysburg. Really would. And oddly enough, I've got absolutely zero interest in Waverley Hills. I think it's just one of them places that's been overdone now.
Yeah, you ever noticed all the evidence? This is where I think it's really, you know, it's for entertainment. It doesn't matter what ghost group you choose to watch for entertainment, because they're not paranormal
Thanks, Mandy.
investigators.
That's really appreciated. Thank you.
Whatever you did, thank you, Mandy. The stories that they all say are the same
Yeah.
about Waverley
Yeah.
Hill. You know, they go in and investigate, and if you watch them, there's a consistent storyline across every single experience. It's boring as batshit, truly.
But
It's like, oh, come on.
Yeah, but the thing
See you
is,
later, Werner.
it's TV shows like Ghost Adventures and stuff that a lot of the ghost hunters are
Yeah.
scripted on, for want of a better word. Their techniques is copied from the television. And you know, I think it's a good idea to sort of
Jesus,
imagine.
Mandy, thank you.
Imagine nobody's ever investigated paranormal before. What would you do?
Yeah.
Do you know?
Yeah.
Rather than everybody seems to be going on the same script, if you know what I mean.
See,
Oh,
I would rather go to a place that nobody's ever done before than go to one of these really famous places, because I think
the boy's about to make an appearance here. Come on, my
really?
boy.
Come on, Buzz. Hey. Oh, Black Cat and the Witch. See, they're considered lucky over here, Deb. A black cat. Yeah.
He chose me.
If you go to America, they're considered extremely unlucky. But over here in the UK, it's considered lucky to have a black cat cross your path.
Say hello to everybody, Puss. Is this Sir Puss?
You called him Puss?
Sir Puss.
Oh, Sir Puss. I'd have called him Grebo after Terry Pratchett, the cat in Terry Pratchett books.
Sir Puss.
But
It's
I
the
you know,
same way
I
as
would,
you would in the Game of Thrones, SER.
yeah.
Because I'm a big fan.
I would rather go to a place that people don't know about, because I think no matter how much you try, if you go to these famous places, you go with certain expectations, and no matter how much you try, you've still got that, you know, what's the word? Perception of what you're expecting to happen there.
Yeah,
Whereas if you go to somewhere that nobody's ever done, like some old cottage in the wood that nobody knows about, and you go and do it, I'd rather do that,
yeah.
because you got more chance of not being influenced by past history.
Oh, I
Stephen,
totally agree.
Stephen has a good question here about cemeteries. Do you like videos of cemeteries?
Well, we'll all take turns to answer that. Go on, Debbie, you can go first.
Yeah, but not
Mr.
consistently.
Miyagi.
Eh?
Seagull says, I'm
Yeah, but
calling
not
my next cat Mr. Miyagi.
the best boy.
I love that, Mr. Miyagi. So you like them, but not all the while, Deb.
Yeah, I like a bit of diversity.
Sam?
I like cemeteries and that, but I just don't like looking at videos that were cemeteries are portrayed as very scary places, because they're not.
Agreed.
Yeah. And
You know,
I'm pretty much a combination of the two of you. I don't mind cemeteries, but I don't believe a cemetery's haunted just because there's dead bodies in it. They are basically just
Oh yeah.
bodies. The element that people, the spirit element is never even, isn't there anyway. So, I've got no problems with them, but I don't think, that graveyards are in any way creepy or anything like that, because it's
No,
just the mortal remains.
no, I've never felt anything spooky in a cemetery, day or night. It's all in the mind and the perception.
Yeah.
But before we went on to that question, which was a good one, thank you for whoever raised it. Seeing the three of us generally agree on electromagnetic energy,
Hmm.
what are your thoughts on crop circles?
I think the vast majority of them are fake. And I would say to the point of probably 99% of them are fake. But I think there's 1% of them that are interesting. And they tend to be the less elaborate ones.
Sam? Smiling?
I'm going to answer it the same way as I answered the last time I was asked it. A
God.
plank of wood and a piece of string.
Yeah.
My response is a very big lawnmower with a few blades done it reversed. Yeah, I'm
They are
but
pretty
I
good.
don't,
they
I
are.
don't, I do not believe that they are created by aliens.
No.
The 1% that I do believe are genuine phenomena, I do think they are to do with energy fields and stuff. And
Yeah,
that's why I said I believe the 1% of the least elaborate looking ones are probably the genuine ones. These fancy geometrical patterns are totally man-made, in my opinion.
yeah, the really elaborate ones, there's just,
Hmm.
yeah, no way.
Yeah.
Well, the sun's dawning here, so I'm going to turn that light off. Not that I need to, because all the houses got LEDs, so they're saving battery.
Is the
I'm
sun
not going to
finally
waste
coming
my
up?
solar panel energy seeing the sun's up. Back in a tick.
Okay, Coke. His logic was that he was getting the message out there, which seemed a bit backwards to me, faking the aliens to prove the aliens. Okie dokie. You'll be surprised the lengths some people will go to in the paranormal field to prove their beliefs. You really will. He was an odd egg mind. So, what's your opinion on flat Earth, Sam?
Oh Jesus! Oh, I'm a fan of what do you call him, Dan? What is his name?
I know who you're on about. I can't remember.
Simon Dan. Yeah.
Simon Dan. Yeah, I like Simon Dan.
I don't, I don't understand how people don't understand that there's a curvature in the earth.
See, the biggest thing that gets me is that they claim there's this massive worldwide conspiracy involving governments and companies and aircraft designers and stuff. Just the scale of pulling something off, of convincing people the earth's round when it's flat. Why would anybody go to that much effort for something that wouldn't really affect anybody anyway? Nobody would gain from the earth being flat and thinking it was round. Nobody would profit from it.
That's why, when he puts out a video on Tuesdays, he's called it Tinfoil Hat Tuesday.
Yeah, Tinfoil Hat Tuesday.
Yeah.
Well, that'll be an interesting one, Mandy. There is someone who is going to do an investigation under the sea. I can't remember where I saw it. Was it on SpongeBob SquarePants by any chance? But I would say there is some that may be abnormal, but for most, they're man. Yeah, I'm the same, Luna. I think 99% of crop circles are man-made, but I do think that there's that 1% that are being created by something else, but I don't think it's alien in origin. I really don't. I'm going to ask Deb her opinion on flat Earth when it comes back.
Funny you never see crop circles in a potato field or something.
No, it's all, they always seem to do it in cornfields and, and wheat and barley and stuff.
Spud circles.
Yeah.
Or a field of cabbage or whatever,
That's where we need to explore more at Mandy. Yeah, but it's a bit difficult doing a Ouija board on the bottom of the sea, Gay. The planchette keeps floating off. How are you going to do a paranormal investigation underwater? And what exactly are you hoping to contact? Dead fish? Could you just imagine it, salmon medium? Oh, I'm picking up this salmon. Says he died last year on the way up river. He had a tragic accident going up a waterfall and crushed his head on a rock.
I think the idea is most of the ocean hasn't been discovered, And
I genuinely do believe there are things down in the deep that, we haven't seen yet. Right, Deb, I've just asked Sam this question. I'm going to ask you, what's your opinion on flat Earth?
I don't know what drugs those people are on, but I wish they'd share them.
Yeah. I've just said I cannot understand why anybody would go to that extent of a conspiracy, and it would involve practically every company and stuff on the planet to pull it off. Nobody would profit from hiding the fact the Earth was flat when it, by saying it was round. There's nothing to gain from it, is there? Nothing.
Have you ever heard
Just
of
out of curiosity, okay, let me put it. Let me try and be constructive here. But if we weren't live, I'd say quite a bit, and I'd probably be rather colourful. But what shape is the moon?
Exactly. It's round.
What shape is the Earth and all the other planets in our solar system?
They're all round. Well, they're not a complete sphere. They're not a perfect sphere, are they? They're slightly ovoid, apparently. But, for all intents and purposes, they're spherical.
Have we discovered a flat one yet?
No,
In Ellie Galaxy, and we're not the only one.
no.
So
Not
what
one.
the fudge makes anybody think it's flat?
Yeah. But what would anybody
Come
gain
on.
from lying about the fact that the Earth was flat? There is nothing to gain. It gives nobody an advantage to hide the fact that the Earth is flat.
Have
It's
you
too
heard of
early.
the?
It's too early in the morning. I've only had one cup of coffee. That's just too much horse shit for anybody.
Have you
I
heard
know.
of the? Have you heard of the guy that's on? It's on YouTube. He believed that Australia is fake.
Are you for
Quite a
real?
pro- Yeah,
Are you just
Are you lying
She's
to
trying to
us?
wind me up, isn't she?
Are you lying to us? He believed that when people went on holidays to Australia, they were given drinks and they were put into a kind of a hypnotic state.
And convinced
And
they've been to
Cryogen-
Australia to a place.
Actually, we call it cryogenics over here.
Oh, this guy must be a real fruitcake, like.
Mind you, there are
Is
people.
that a real thing? Or are you
Oh,
just
yeah.
trying to wind me up?
No,
Oh, we get
there's
them
a
all.
guy.
We get them all over here, Deb. We get all the crackpots over here. I'm telling you, people have got some right strange beliefs.
It's like the bullshit I've ever heard in my life. Yeah, right. Okay,
So you live in a
can't-
place that doesn't exist, Deb.
that's right. I'm speaking to you from another dimension.
Tell the truth. You're speaking to us from Bradford.
You insulting bastard. Bradford, really?
Don't say that. That's where Jackie's mother's from.
Forgot about that. That is a lovely place. Should put it on the bucket list.
Yep, we are not fake. But yeah, people do. Actually, there was. I heard someone with some flat earthers once where they were arguing about Australia. It was something about people in Australia would fall off the earth if it was a flat earth or something. It was a really strange argument, and they were saying where the fucking hell is Australia then underneath the earth and everybody's falling off Australia. It was a really strange argument that they were having. You see, okay, come on.
Well, I live in Western Australia. So I'm right over on the furthest part of the continent. And do I look like I'm hanging on?
No.
And you
But
see me get up and down. There's a little old thing called...
that is actually one of the arguments that flat earthers use. The earth has got to be flat because otherwise people in Australia would fall off the planet, and that has been put forward as a valid argument for the flat earth. God's honest truth.
I have literally never heard that before.
Mm-hmm.
And
That has actually been put forward as an excuse for the earth, not being spherical, because if you were upside down, you'd be falling off the planet. This is how dumb people are. They totally ignore, this great massive gravity effect that works equally all around the planet.
Yeah, I think gravity's got a great,
Yeah.
a round orb hit some guy on the head. Isaac somebody or other.
Mm-hmm.
And what goes up must come down.
Yeah. But that is one of the arguments they put forward, that if the earth is spherical, Australians should technically fall off the planet. That is how dumb these people are. Is that where I'm always falling and tripping over my feet? That's it, Jackie. That's what it is. It's because you're upside down, really.
It's just, I honestly, I don't know how to respond to something so.
Mm-hmm.
What drugs are these people on?
Yeah, and if you watch Sci-Fi Dan on YouTube, he has actually spoken to people who have claimed that to him about Australian people falling off the planet. actually one of his recent videos he mentioned it in, that it was a
What's
reason put forward to him that Australians would technically fall off the planet if we
What's
were
his
living
name?
on a sphere.
Sci-fi what?
Sci-fi Dan
Simon Dan, is it?
or Simon Dan, yeah, something like that. But if you just put flat Earth in YouTube, he'll come up because he's the main, person who loves to debunk them.
No, he's some sort of scientist, I think.
Yeah, right.
But
Yeah.
Australia is technically a myth to flat
Yeah.
earthers,
Oh,
or,
there's,
or it's not where it's claimed to be on the flat Earth.
Yeah, there's a whole
See, but
channel.
my argument with the flat Earth is, if it's a flat Earth, how come nobody ever drops off the edge of it?
Exactly.
And do you know what the answer is? We live on an infinite plane. So what happens when we get past the boundaries of Australia, which technically would be on the edge, if you flatten the
Exactly.
Earth out? There should actually be
So when you go over the edge, what happens to you?
But there should be masses of sea after, from Australia that leads nowhere into the infinite plane. But that's what they claim, that we live on an infinite plane. And the other one I've seen is we don't actually live on a flat Earth. We live in a giant bowl, and there is actually a ring of mountains around the entire landmass if you sail far enough. But there's a zone that you're not allowed to cross conveniently to see these mountains. That's the other one I've heard.
Fuck.
This is
These
the length these people go to try and justify the Earth being flat.
Your channel's going to be trolled by flat earthers now.
Yeah, I know.
You're gonna
Exactly,
get
Stephen. If technically the ocean should pour off the edge of the edge, but that is the biggest. They actually use the oceans as the biggest argument to prove the flat Earth, because water finds its own level. Now water automatically goes flat. Now answer me this question: if you drop water onto a waterproof material, what does it immediately do?
It drains.
No, onto a waterproof thing, it turns into round globules. It
just
doesn't
drop.
go flat. It turns into a round drop.
Yeah.
And then
turns into
when
a
you
drop and runs off. I've
put
got
that
my car
question
whacked and
when you
Yeah,
put
you
that
hope.
question to him, that's an optical illusion apparently.
naturally.
When you counter water automatically goes flat by saying no, actually a water droplets are spherical.
Yeah.
Hang on, a certain madam's just messaged me. I think we might be being joined by somebody in a minute.
Oh, I thought you were getting hate mail from flat earthers.
No, we're not getting hate mail.
So how's the chat enjoyed our chat so far? What's the general consensus?
See, this is a typical this is a typical chat, weekly chat for me and Sam.
Yeah, we could end up talking about anything, really.
Oh, matey, I've got all day.
Yeah. Well, I did it the one night with Andy, who I used to stream with, and we were basically still sitting there at 7:30 the next morning. I never even bothered going to bed in the end.
Oh,
Never even bothered going to bed. Because you can start covering topics and you can just talk. See, this is the beauty about the paranormal, and this is why I cannot understand why there is so much drama and arguments in the paranormal. Because
Yeah.
me and Sam rarely fully agree on anything. But we get on like an house on fire.
Well,
we've all agreed on things tonight.
Yeah, but we've all got slightly differing opinions, and we can all still maintain them opinions without having to argue over it.
That reminds me that this thought may segue back into your last question about the flat Earth.
Here's the late arrival.
Hey!
You can tell I'm in the morning. I look terrible.
We've only been going 3 hours. Deb's been
I'm
here.
up
Deb
since
has been here since
3:30.
4 a.m. It was
You're kidding.
Yeah, it was actually pitch black when we started the stream for Deb.
Yeah,
Oh my
I've just
God.
turned the lights off because these guys have been watching Dawn and everything.
Yeah,
Over
we've watched
here
the
in
sun
WA.
come up in Australia.
Now we have two proofs that Australia exists.
Yes.
Yeah, righto. There's nothing better. There's no better rivalry in cricket than Australia versus the Poms.
Yeah.
But you just talking about. Sorry, Jules. Just hold tight for 2 seconds.
all
I've just
right.
got to get this thought out. If you, as your question that you just asked me about the flat Earth, how does the sun rise and the moon? How does the sun rise and go down every morning?
It
How do
doesn't.
they explain it?
The sun goes round in a ring because apparently the Earth is a pancake. It's a flat circle, and the sun goes round in a circle. That's how they explain it.
Get
But you
the
tell me how
fuck
it
out of here.
explains the sun coming up, because they say it goes in a ring round the what's it? It's just totally freaky, Deb.
So I'm here in Western Australia.
They
We get
just
spectacular
totally
sunset.
ignore. Yeah, they totally ignore natural phenomenon because it doesn't fit in with their flat Earth theory.
Really?
What
Yeah.
a shame, because I could have proved it. Do you know why? Because for me in Western Australia, the sun rises in the east, right? And it
Yeah.
sets in the west. So just before dawn, every morning, I get from the east, I get the sun coming up,
Mm-hmm.
and to my left, which is our coastline,
Mm-hmm.
we get the moon
Mm-hmm.
going down.
Yeah.
Yep.
How does that happen every day at the same time?
Exactly. But what
Even on
they
a
also
fucking
forget
pancake.
is you can also have the sun in and the moon in the sky at the same time. It's all right. Sam's just been telling us she was listening to a bloke who basically claims Australia isn't real.
Oh yeah.
I saw that. I had to comment on a video on that.
Oh, he's funny as hell, so he is. And
Yeah.
he just keeps going on about it. I think his whole channel is nearly based on. Apparently, if you go to
On Australia
on
not
holiday,
being real.
yeah, if you go to holiday, go on holidays to Australia, apparently everybody on the plane gets drugged.
And apparently we're actors.
There you go. Stephen says actually in New Zealand, I think that's Gisborne, is the first place in the world to see sunrise.
Oh, is that right?
Oh,
Well, it's
wow.
got to be because it's the most easterly point, isn't it?
Yes, it would be. Yeah, I'd never thought of that. Good on you. You
Yes,
Kiwis, they're men and
Julie's
men are
finally
free-grown.
crawled out of bed 3 hours after she was supposed to.
Well, I actually had to get my kiddies to school too. We had some excitement.
Well, I said to Deb, she's probably got to take the kids to school.
We had some excitement last night, which I'll let you guys know after. I won't bring it up on here, but yeah, it was
Really?
I watched your video with your interview with the UK mob.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you were very good.
Mandy says
I left a
Julia's
nice
woken.
positive comment.
Mandy says Julia's woken to new followers because I was actually advertising your channel even though you weren't here for you.
Thank
Yeah, we
you.
were plugging you big time.
And she says,
Thank
does
you.
Deb have a channel? She doesn't at the moment, but she is going to create one.
Which is
Yeah.
why I
It's
wanted had to wait for the laptop
Yeah.
with the M1 chip because I want to do multiple things on it. And yes, I am. And when I do set it up, which is hopefully not too far away now that I've got it,
It's
I
going to be
will-
called Debbie Does Darwin.
Darwin's a long way from me, honey. It's in another state.
Are you going to change the name of the channel that you're currently on, or are you going to create a totally new one?
Totally new one.
Okay.
This is just for me personally,
Yep.
but I'll be streaming on a new named channel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is
'Cause
just for me.
you've got 2 channels, ain't you, Sam?
Yeah, I have an ITC one, and I have a paranormal channel that has all sorts of different content, cars, interesting places and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I found that, you know, my viewers, they were getting fed up that I was doing too many Spirit Box sessions. So I file them away in that channel, sort of thing. So anybody that's in, I started off too with ghost hunting, and I get a lot of people talking about demons and stuff like that. So I like to go over to the second channel to get a break.
You're in those bloody Desmonds. You can't get away from them, can you?
You can't run a paranormal channel with at least making a reference to them as to whether you believe in them or not.
Yep, I agree.
No,
There is literally no escape.
I want to keep this just for me and my paranormal interest, my private interest. Put it that way.
Yep, I think that's a good
Can you
idea.
3 carry on a sec, because I'm desperate for the loo. I've been sitting here way too long.
Awesome.
I'll be back in a sec.
Yes. Yeah, it was interesting. I actually thought it was probably a good idea what they did with the podcast kind of thing, getting people up and asking questions about what they do. And yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. So what did you talk about this morning so far?
Oh, we've ranged far and wide, but they blew me out of the water with, the flat earth and
Oh yeah,
It's
it
really doesn't exist and all that sort of stuff. We talked about crop circles and electromagnetic energy and solar flares. Sam used his singing bowls beautifully. And we talked about frequency and resonance, and we've talked about you a lot, and your Essie's message session, how brilliant it was.
Thank you.
And we should be doing more like that, and we're going to try and set up something with the 4 of us to do a session internationally.
Yep.
Using Sam's box.
That'd be wonderful.
Brett and I will be monitoring, and we'll have to find a better safety protocol for you, other than just the telephone.
Yeah.
Because that wasn't quite the hopeful safety guard for you that we were hoping it'd be. So we'll need to come up with another safety protocol. Yep. But it was a brilliant session, and it's been nothing but positive comments about it.
I love doing those sessions. I don't know why. It's just something about it. And as you said once before, the responses that you get back out of it once you get in deep a little, they're phenomenal. I love it.
Yeah, when you take away a sense, you heighten the other senses.
You do,
yeah. And the theory is that spirit communication, the communicators actually work through the operator, which would be you that you're using the spirit box. I didn't believe in that theory until a couple of months ago, until I started getting tingling in my hands, my feet and my face and stuff like that, and I wouldn't get it doing anything else. And I would even get it sometimes when I'm putting together a video and I'm playing back the audio. Next thing it would start again. And that's why a lot of the time lately I haven't put myself on camera doing Spirit Box sessions, because I'm there and it's getting so intense that I just don't want to see myself on camera doing that. But it can be draining at times. But it's kind of weird, because I've only experienced that over the last 6 months, and I'm doing it about 2 or 3 years, and that maybe I'm only getting the connection now, proper connection,
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to do a similar thing to Brett. I'm going to duck out, but not for the same reason. Because I've been up so early, I need to top up in caffeine.
Okay.
I'm just going to duck off and make a quick coffee. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's interesting what you were saying the other night about you getting the tingling and that. I was thinking about it after the stream, and I remember when I first started getting into meditation and I started doing it all the time, once I started relaxing, I used to get a tingling on one side of my face. It was weird.
Yeah, it might be associated with frequencies that we discussed earlier on as well. Do you know,
I think, yeah.
possibly
Sorry it took so long.
it's possibly that we're tuning into a frequency that is making our bodies react in that kind of way.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. I do.
You know?
Kaya decided she wanted a crap and it takes her 5 minutes to pick a spot.
Oh.
She just goes round and round in circles all around the yard.
Yeah.
Oh, it does me nothing, Sam. Coco just goes out and does it and comes in, but Kaya just takes forever.
Thanks for that information, Brett.
I thought you'd like to know that. I'd have took a picture for you if you'd like, Sam.
No.
Steaming fresh.
No, I'll just shut the door as soon as it's done it. I'll pick it up tomorrow. It's pitch black out there. I ain't going out there in my slippers now to find it.
No. It'll probably dry out a little bit by tomorrow anyway, wouldn't it? Be easier to get rid of.
No, we've got rain expected overnight.
Oh, again.
What do you mean again? It never stops. It never stops here. What do you mean again?
You're going into great. You're going into great detail. You're going into great detail about this poo.
Coco was grateful because when I let him out last time, Coco didn't go out, and I've just opened the door to let him out, and it's like, oh, thank you for letting me out because I didn't go last time. I'm both happy now. They'll settle down, hopefully. Your bird's going crazy.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go and cover them. My computer's just glitched out too.
You're frozen.
Yeah. Just give it a sec, see if it fixes itself. I'll cover the birds. Hang on.
You're just grinning at us really strangely.
Because I'm on with Brett, so, or maybe just watch it in your room or something. You get some headphones because that echoes through. Thank you, darling.
Maybe we should do ITC with the birds. Listen out your voice.
Yeah. We're going to have to wait for it to come back in. She's just lost the signal. She'll come back in a minute. They seem, I don't know why, but they seem to have really bad connections in Australia compared to our internet. I don't know if it's because, you know, it's such a big country that it ain't cabled up as well as it is over here.
I've skipped I've had a couple of skips in my internet tonight for some reason.
Mine's been okay, to be honest with you, for the last couple of months. It went through a phase a few months ago when it was stuttering and stuff. The only thing I've got to watch with this is at a certain time, BT sometimes resets the router. So if I suddenly go off midstream, you'll know BT have cut, you know, resetting the bloody connection overnight. Sometimes they do it, sometimes they don't.
Yeah, well, apparently, that's the good thing about StreamYard. There's other softwares. If you get a glitch in your stream, your stream is gone. Like,
yeah,
but not with StreamYards. You know?
Keeps it going. In USA, some parts have bad internet. Yeah, I think what it is well, you'd know anyway, coming from New Zealand, Stephen. I think they have to have a lot of satellite internet in Australia because of, you know, some places are really remote, I presume. Where's Deb gone? She gone to wet her lettuce?
I can't remember now. I know she said she had to do something for a second.
For God's sake, Sam. It's only been gone a few minutes and you forgot why it's gone.
Yeah.
I bet Julie's having to restart a computer. See these people and their Macs. You should have a PC.
I have a PC beside me. I have a PC beside me and a laptop in front of me here.
Yeah, both Julie and Deb have got Macs, I think. Julie's just bought the posh new one. Yeah, short day in the land for those that doesn't exist for those birds. But don't you think it's funny though, Sam? Some of the beliefs that people have.
Oh yeah,
You know, though.
big
You know,
time.
David Icke. He's a classic. What's it of it? He's one of them people who seems to collect really weird beliefs. She's back. Hang on.
Oh, there's an ITC man recently who started talking to dogs in English.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Did your computer crash or your internet?
I think it was the computer. It just completely crashed out, so I opened it on my phone.
I was saying, but this is a view of you we don't normally see on the settee.
You can see my couch with my
Yeah.
morning blanket.
Normally it's them bloody dolls you can see in the background.
Yes.
Julie
Clara,
likes the creepy dolls almost as much as Sam.
Yes, I do.
I've just asked Sam if Deb's gone to wet a lettuce and I can't remember why Deb left.
She said she left to do something else. So
Well, obviously she left to do something else.
yes.
You
No,
pair
she
are as
wasn't.
bad as one another, for God's sake.
She wasn't going to the bathroom. She was doing something else, but she didn't want to specify.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. So, yeah.
That's our story, and we'll stick into it.
Yes.
Hi, two-dimensional.
Hello, Sandra.
Hi, Sandra.
Hi, Sandra.
Sandra. If Deb comes back, Sandra is the other woman that's actually getting Ed coming up on her spirit box. She bought the same box from Rob Hernandez as I bought, and both of us are getting played by this Ed.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about because Sam's bought a spirit box off this guy called Rob.
Rob
And
Hernandez.
people who've bought these boxes off Rob are getting the same voice, the same name coming through on their spirit boxes, which is Ed.
Wow.
Yeah, and Rob is
Which
getting
really, and Rob's getting it as well.
Rob is getting pestered with Ed, and he actually runs his audio through a circuit that actually flicks the audio and makes it backwards. But it's live, it's not recorded, it's live radio, but it's flicked backwards, so none of it should make any sense. And he's getting direct responses, but Ed, and he used to say, Ed, I don't want to talk to you, go away. You know,
Isn't
it's
that
great.
phenomenal?
Yeah, and I'm actually getting Rob coming up on the box as well. The name Rob, Ed, and Emma.
Yeah.
Wow.
Everybody who's getting, people who've got these boxes off him are all getting these same names coming through.
Yeah.
There's got to be some connection there apart from Rob, because unless this spirit is with Rob himself and it's got
Apparently
to do with,
so, yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
But what we were talking about was a lot of people, a lot of different channels I've been watching lately doing spirit box sessions. They're all getting the name Dave coming through. Dave seems to be really prevalent on everybody's bloody spirit boxes for some reason. But didn't you ask who Dave was on one of yours, Sam? And they said, what did they say he was? The head?
He was dead.
And the head as well, wasn't he? It sounded like he was some kind of supervisor of all these different communications.
Oh.
Yes, I remember asking about. They did say head as well. There was head and there was dead.
When I said to you, ask him who he is, and the response was the head.
You know, I think I got two responses of the same, so I can say, that's a good response. Like, so
You've been gone that look. You've been gone that long. Australia disappeared, and Julie's in a new location.
I'm coming to you from a different dimension. The caffeine. And Julie's changed. You lucky thing.
That's what I said. There's proof that Australia doesn't exist because Julie's now in a new location.
See, we're interdimensional beings here. I'm from the west of the dimension, and Julie's from the east.
I think technically you're closer to us then, aren't you, Deb? If you're in
Yes, I
Western
am.
Australia.
I'm Western Australia, the western half, which
Yeah.
is the biggest 2/3 of the landmass of Australia. Yes, we are closer to you than Julie is.
Yeah, by far. I'm almost near the Victorian border where I
So
am.
what? So why did they land nearer you than Deb? The
Who?
colonists? Because they
They
landed
didn't
in New
land over
South
near
Wales,
Western.
did they?
Yeah, they
Landed in
landed
New
over
South
Julie's
Wales,
way
didn't they?
on
So
the
they
east
must
coast
they must
first.
have gone round the entire north or southern coast of Australia to land. Because technically
No,
the
they
the
nearest
French
place to
landed
land
in
would have been
Western
Deb.
Australia. There was
I
the
think
English
they
that the
didn't they go
English.
down our side and they just found a good spot to land. They thought that looks good and they landed in Botany Bay.
Yeah, but
Uh,
why didn't they land near Deb? Because Deb is technically nearer to Britain than you.
I don't know.
no, the French and
They must have gone
the
round the
Dutch.
entire country.
The French and the Dutch, because a lot of places over here have a French name, like Cape Levique.
Yeah.
And the Dutch landed here, further up north in the Kimberleys. But over the east coast is where they came and planted the English flag at Botany Bay, which is in Sydney, and up and claimed the bloody whole place. But I don't think they realised how big it quite was, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because didn't they land there before and decided it looked boring and left?
Yes, and it was the lieutenant on the Endeavour that took the Tom Thumb and sailed down around Victoria to South Australia.
Yep.
The Dutch landed first and they thought there was nothing. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah,
They
Yeah.
thought there was nothing on that side of Australia.
Yep.
'Cause it's
That's
all-
See,
right.
they could have gone
Massive desert.
when they landed, they could have gone to Deb's for a cuppa.
yeah, there was nothing. There's nothing. We've got spaces here. That's why Western Australia's 2/3 of the landmass of the entire huge continent. We've got spaces here where you can go for thousands and thousands of kilometres in any direction. There's nothing.
Where's
Yeah.
Australia Zoo?
We have a few.
Taronga Zoo is in Sydney, New South Wales.
That's it.
Yeah,
Is
we
that
have
near you then?
That's
No,
closer to
Steve.
near
Julie.
me. Yeah.
It's near you, yeah.
Yeah, we in New South Wales we have Taronga Zoo, Sydney Zoo. They're both in Sydney, and then we have Western Plains Zoo, which is at Dubbo, which is the best.
But
Yeah.
where's Steve Irwin's Zoo? Australia Zoo?
North Queensland.
West
Oh yeah, that's in
Queensland, is it?
Queensland. Yeah.
Is that Northern Territories?
No. It's in Queensland, which is the state on the eastern side of Australia.
Right.
Let me show you something, Brett. Hang on. This is part of my son's schoolwork that he's been doing. So
There you go.
this here
You got
is
some
Western
bloody big
Australia.
koalas in Australia.
That's Western Australia. And then you've got
Yeah.
South Australia, Northern Territory, and then Queensland's up here, and that's where Steve
right.
Irwin Zoo is. Yeah.
Cool.
And you're where the koala is, aren't you?
Me, yeah. I'm about where that big, massive koala is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I do know parts of Australia.
Yeah.
You see, you're lucky because most people over here think Sydney's the capital of Australia. Are no different.
No, Canberra.
Yeah, you'll
Yeah.
be amazed how many people think Sydney is the capital of Australia.
It's where it kind of like it's one of the first things they show off apart from Uluru, and yet there are so many other beautiful locations in Australia that you don't really see much of.
Oh,
Yeah. It is a massive drop there, you're right, Jackie.
I was thinking we have dropped this. That's what we tell truth. Anyway, wait till you get up into the Kimberleys. Oh, my Lord.
I want to see the Kimberleys. I really
Oh.
do.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Where's-
That
Tell you
Are
what,
they
though,
mountains? Are the Kimberley's Mountains? I know there's an area in Australia called Kimberley, but is the
Um,
mountains called Kimberley's?
Yeah, Kununurra is a stunning food bowl. They've got the Ord River scheme, and it's spelt, if anyone wants to look it up, they've got a dam, and it's called the Ord, O-R-D, Ord River scheme, and it's massive.
That's it, Sam. Punch your poor dog in the face.
Yeah, that's his dog. That's his dog been sitting up there, back. Yep, the tail's wagging. So Puss
That's
made an
Ghost
appearance.
dog.
Yeah, that's Sam's dog.
No,
So
Ghost
Puss
dog.
made an appearance
I
earlier.
had demons on the channel tonight, Julie. We've had
Do we?
growling and everything. Yeah, we've had growling and everything going on.
Oh
Scared the
my
life
goodness,
out
I
of me.
wonder where that's coming from.
It was a chocolate brown demon.
I need to powder my nose. I'll be back in a
You need
second.
to
Okay.
you wet your lettuce. Off you go then.
Needs the ladies' powder room.
Yep.
Yeah, you've missed all the main topics tonight. We've gone through everything. Absolutely
Yeah.
I
everything.
know. Mornings
done
are so hard for me.
What have we done, Deb? We've done the pyramids. We've done
The pyramid,
frequencies.
crystals, Sam
Crystals.
singing bowls
Yeah, you missed Sam demonstrating a singing bowl.
twice.
That I'm regretting. Yeah.
Yeah, she's really good
Oh,
with
actually
it as
three
well.
times, because he did both of them, and then
Yeah.
he tested it with water.
We're going to fill it with water and then did it with water as well to see if it changed the pitch and everything, which it did.
We talk about
Oh.
solar energy and solar flares.
Yeah, we've talked about
Yeah.
ley lines, we've talked about UFOs, crop circles. We've gone through all the range, ain't we? The only thing we ain't covered is Bigfoot, I think, of the common ones. I know you don't believe in him.
Do you know Bigfoot is interesting because it's almost like a worldwide phenomenon almost, isn't
Yeah.
it? Like he's been
Well,
seen in so many
Australia's
places.
got the Yowie.
Yeah, true.
We have, like, is the Yowie our Bigfoot though?
Yeah,
I think it'd be the
It
equivalent.
is.
yeah. The Yowie
Okay.
is the Australian equivalent of the Bigfoot. And in
Yeah.
Russia, they've got 5 different types.
Yeah,
They've actually got 5 different types in Russia.
Wow.
One of them connected to what was that bloody Mountain of the Dead area called? Oh God, it was famous. There was a load of students went and there's all sorts of claims that they were attacked and killed by a Bigfoot. One girl was found with a tongue missing and stuff.
Oh my gosh.
I'm trying to think what the area was called. Let me Google it because it's going to bug me.
Yeah.
Urals?
The Dyatlov, the Dyatlov Pass. Yeah, it was that one. That's quite a famous Russian supposed Bigfoot encounter.
That's right, yeah.
Let
Well,
me
that's
ask
interesting.
you.
Gay says the Yowie is related to the Dreamtime. Do you know that is really interesting because if you talk to a lot of, especially the American, the US Bigfoot believers now and followers, they are claiming now that Bigfoot is actually is either interdimensional or an elemental being. It's not
I've heard
actually
that many of times.
It's not
We
actually
believe it's an
permanent.
elemental.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of the American Bigfoot supporters believe it now as well. They seem to think it's interdimensional. It's not resident here full time.
So is there evidence of Bigfoot, like go back, 300-500 years? Is there evidence of Bigfoot back then, or is it only
Yeah.
more modern thing? There is.
No, it goes back.
It's a long
Because
history.
especially with the North American Indians, the Sasquatch.
That's been around since
They
beginning.
claim they lived with them at one point. They
Oh.
coexisted. They coexisted with Sasquatch, the Native Americans.
That is interesting.
It's right through their culture.
And if you
I
go back,
don't know about the Aborigines, what they have to say about Yowie, but definitely in Native Americans it is.
it's all across Australia. All different mobs, all different tribes have got an equivalent of a Yowie
Yeah.
belief structure. Well,
Yeah.
and that's why we all refer to it as an elemental.
Yeah, Gay says Aboriginals say it is an elemental that looks after nature, and humans need to open their spiritual beings more and reconnect to nature.
Correct. That's why we say it's an elemental.
Yeah.
It's about
the
the earth.
Aborigines believe it's interdimensional as well.
Yes.
Yeah, but you never hear about Bigfoot poo.
And there's never a body been found either. It's true, though. There are
it is
people
true.
who've claimed they have got Bigfoot poo, and Bigfoot, and in Tibet they apparently have a Bigfoot hand. Well, it's the abominable snowman there in it, but
Yeah, it's like a yeti.
the Yeti, they claim they've got an hand in one of the monasteries in a glass case.
Did you say an ant?
Hand.
Hand. Sorry.
It's the accent. I drop my H's a lot.
Right.
And there was a recent Bigfoot sighting in Ireland where Sam lives.
Yep. 20 or 30
Well-
miles.
Here's an interesting theory, and it's theoretical. So, you know, for those that have ever read the Emerald Tablets or the Book of Thoth, they talk about the giants. And
Hang on a second, I'll just interrupt you. Julie, can you do me a favour? Can you
Yep.
remember which one of your streams where you did that blindfolded
Estes,
spirit box session with Jackie?
I think it was 3 streams ago. So if you go to my live videos playlist,
Can you
it should
chuck
be 3.
a link? Can you chuck a link to it in the chat?
I'll see if my computer's working.
See, because I've been advertising your bloody channel all night, even though you weren't here.
Oh, but I do love you, Brett.
yeah, we've been talking you up big time.
Yeah.
I do love you
Checks
guys.
in the mail, right? Oh, come on. Got to take the piss.
You do. Give me a hard time. I deserve it.
We were saying what a lazy bitch you were for not getting out of bed.
I was
Nobody's-
up. I'll tell you.
I
guys
did
after.
actually say to Deb, you'd probably taking the kids to school because it'd be around about 8:30 your time.
Yeah, but I was up late last night too. There was stuff
That's
going
no
on.
excuse.
But yeah,
That's no
I'll tell you.
excuse.
I'm not a morning person.
I sometimes don't go to bed.
Oh wow, really?
I've done streams with Andy and Sam where we've still been talking at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, ain't we, Sam, after the stream?
Yep.
My goodness.
The conversations have just carried on after the stream. Julie's looking for that clip for you, Miss Q.
Yeah, keep talking.
And then I'll chuck a link into the channel for you to look at it.
Yep.
We couldn't remember whether it was 2 or 3 weeks ago.
It was 3.
Was it 3?
Yeah, I think it was 3. Yeah.
God,
Yeah.
how fast has that gone? It only
Wow.
seems
It
like
has,
last week.
hasn't it?
It only seems like last week.
It does.
3 weeks ago. Jesus.
I did it the first time, I would probably say about 6 months ago, or maybe even longer. I did a session way back when, and I
Oh.
loved it. Yeah, I've actually done it, I think, twice so far. So I just never had anyone to try it with again. But, you know, if I have people and we can set up a method to do it, I'm happy to do it.
Well, we're
love it.
gonna get together again and do it again, but
That'd
we're gonna
be
do
awesome.
it Australia to Britain.
Yep, that'll be crazy.
She's
that'd be
finding it. Have a bit of patience, folks. She's finding it.
My computer's slow because it's got so
Because it's a
much
Mac.
stuff on it.
Because it's a Mac and not
Yeah.
a PC.
No, because it's old now. I mean, they outdate very quickly. I think I bought
Yo.
it in 2015.
Oh, it's ancient then.
Yeah.
Check every
Well-
2 years, they reckon it turns around. But
Well,
I think that
let's be honest. No matter what you buy, within 6 months, it's out of date.
I was just
Yes.
going to say, I think anywhere from 6 to 12 months.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. I need to upgrade soon.
You need to get a PC this time. You don't have to use all the emulation software then.
I wouldn't even know how to use a PC now. I've been using Mac for so long. I've been using Mac for 15, 20 years now.
Mm.
Yeah,
I'm a Mac girl.
I
yeah,
refuse
I'm
to give
Apple.
Apple any.
Apple.
I refuse to give
Yeah.
Apple any of my money now. I'd have got
Yeah.
Why he's getting divorced?
Hmm?
Why he's getting divorced? He'll need it. Okay, well, while Julie's doing that to keep everybody interested,
Yep, go for it.
I'll continue on with my theoretical theory
Go on.
of Yetis and Bigfoot and all that. So,
Mm-hmm.
if you can accept the premise that giants were left after the Earth was basically terraformed by aliens,
Mm-hmm.
putting it bluntly, there's no reason to believe, because giants were around and created, and some of them stayed, and we were all starseed and fathered by these alien giants and so forth, and many stayed to see what their creation would do once we revolted and weren't going to be slaves. They told us to stay away from the giants and that the giants should live separately.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's theoretically possible that these beings that, or things that we call Sasquatch, Yeti, whatever, is a remnant
Could
of
be.
that.
See, I know somebody as well who their theory is that the Bigfoot is actually part of the Fae, and they are the Fae guardians.
I have heard
That's
that too.
That's their theory.
Yeah.
Hang on a sec. Alexa, turn on cinema in living room.
Okay.
Thank you. It's right. I'm slowly going dark here because my lighting's all set up to go off after 1 o'clock if I go to bed and forget to turn it off. And it was slowly going dimmer and dimmer. If you noticed, I was getting darker and darker on the screen.
Yeah. There was
Yeah.
a giant incident in reported by the U.S. military in Afghanistan,
Yes.
where a soldier was killed. Apparently, this giant came out of a cave, big cave,
Mm-hmm.
and they actually captured the giant.
Yeah. Well,
You know,
I read a report on one of the Bigfoot sites recently. You know, when they had all the big fires in America, not the
Yep.
last time, but the time before, the military actually went into an area to help get the Bigfoot out of the fires, because there are claims that the military and the Bigfoot species are somehow collaborating with one another, and there was a big military operation to get them out of the forest because it was burning.
Well, the US military's always had a program running for their what they classify as a super soldier program.
that's
Mm-hmm.
right.
So I imagine the DNA that they'd be running on that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So who knows? Now we really are going down the rabbit hole, conspiracy theories. Oh, here we rock.
That's
We all
interesting,
need
Mandy. And that is
tinfoil
why they
hats.
also appear as neither sex but presumed male, so that they are not to mate with us, the little people.
Possible.
According to the Aboriginals, Yowies are from Dreamtime, and Dreamtime created all.
Oh, our
Like
Dreamtime created all
Yeah, like a never-ending story.
with the serpent.
Yeah. Don't you think that's that again, as with symbology, how the serpent and eternity are always, it always crops up time and time again.
Hmm.
In Norse mythology, the world serpent was big. He actually, Thor actually caught it at one point apparently and started yanking it out of the sea. And you know, a lot of symbols to do with eternity is always a snake eating its own tail. Never ending cycle.
Yes.
Has she found this link yet, or is she doing all her emails?
No, I've gone back through the 3 or 4, and I can't find it. I'm still looking.
Well, it was it was pretty much right at the very end, so it should be easy enough to find.
Yeah, about the last half hour. Gosh, went back further than I thought it was only like 3 weeks ago.
I was sure it was too.
It's
thought it was the
definitely
night I had.
It's definitely been within the last 3 weeks. It definitely ain't been any longer than that.
Was it not last week?
No. Last week we were all up talking about Ouija boards. The week before that it was the Neighbours drama. And the week before that, actually it was the week before that. It was on your channel or was it on no, it was definitely yours.
It was my channel, yeah, definitely.
Julie's
Okay.
channel.
I was just, and that's when it shut down and had a quick ending.
Me either, Gay. I don't know the Bible that well. Have you found it?
No, not yet. This is frustrating me.
Has anybody asked in the chat, Brett, if anybody has read the Book of Thoth or the Emerald Tablets?
Is the Book of Thoth the one where he claimed he was picked up in an alien ship and took round the planet?
No, the aliens actually landed.
Yeah, and then
That's
they took
why
him up.
we're formed from starseed and not Darwinian theory.
But there is actually a book in the Bible where he actually describes that he was took in a spaceship and took out into the galaxy and went on a trip around the solar system, and that's actually in the Bible itself. And I can't remember which one it is.
There's references on two occasions that I can think of.
Is it the book? Is the Book of Job in it? Is it the Book of Job?
I think, yeah. The first time it shows up with a reference to giants is in the Book of Job.
And he claims he was took up on it. And if you read it, he's basically describing being picked up in a spaceship, took off the planet and visiting somewhere like Mars. Is basically what he's describing.
Way out in the book. Yep. But it was definitely a reference to an off-world experience.
Yeah. Because apparently he was in like a glowing ball travelling across the planet really fast. And then they went up into the heavens and he visited another planet. And that's in the actual Bible. I'm sure it's the Book of Job.
Yep. And Christians don't like all priests don't like talking about that one.
No.
But that's another discussion.
This is frustrating.
I'm pretty sure it was Job.
I haven't got one of those books, those fictional books in my house, but otherwise I'd look it up. As you say, thank God for the internet.
Yeah. Anyone watch Men in Black and they open this locker like you see in schools and the world is in it, and made me wonder if we are the small people out there. It's a possible theory, Luna.
Luna's got good comments. What's she say?
She said, anyone watch Men in Black and they open this locker you see like you see in schools and there's this world in there. Made me wonder if we're like the small people out there.
Yeah, around the cat. Yeah.
It does make you wonder if we're so. Well, this is why I believe with the missing link, we are somebody else's science project. I do firmly believe that.
We will start, according to the Book of Thoth, and there's a few others offshoots of that, was that when they realised that we were such a primitive race, that's why they turned us into slaves, to build all the infrastructure and temples and what have
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Well, that was what they based a lot of Stargate on, wasn't it?
I was just going to say the
It
same
is
thing.
actually based on certain claims.
Yeah, and there's a lot of claims
they
from
came
that.
down and they came down and enslaved us to do shit.
Yeah, and talk about symbolism in the movie before the series, which is one that I like, both the movie and the series. There's a lot of symbolic references to
Yeah.
the Book of in that.
How many videos have you done in the last 3 weeks?
Me,
Yeah.
a few. Because I've got to go through and my computer's just got into my channel. That's how slow it is. Starting up from close down.
Wow.
Yeah, because I've got so many files on here at the moment too, and I've got my hard drives plugged in.
Yeah, that is another good point, Mandy. That is another excellent point. As the English language evolved, the meanings of words change, which changes the way the Bible is read by church folk in so many ways. That is very true. That is. There are a lot of things in the Bible now that people actually misinterpret because of the language. Would you agree with that, Sam?
Oh, big time, yeah. I mean, like, there is countries there. If you're caught stealing, you get your hand cut off. Like,
Yeah. There is a lot of misinterpretation of the Bible, and it's like anything else. You could have 10 people read the same book, and those 10 people would all come back with a slightly different interpretation of it.
Absolutely.
And the Bible has been rewritten like all the other holy books. They have all been rewritten so many times. None of them would be in any way close representative of the original ones. No way.
it's to suit the religions. Like,
Yeah.
they were all
Yeah, they refer to them as the Nephilim.
Yeah. Well, that's why the Bible claims the Great Flood was for, wasn't it? To rid the world of the Nephilim.
Yep.
Because they should never have been created.
Yep.
Miss Q says, think I have. Is it Jackie asking the question, Stu? Yes, it is Miss Q. It looks like somebody on the chat has found it faster than you.
Yes. Thank you.
Could you put a link to it, please, Miss Q, in the channel so everybody else can watch it?
Thank you, Miss Q. Oh, this is terrible. I'm sitting here. Oh, that's the one with Heather. I don't think it's this one either. Look, I'm sitting here. It took all that time to load 2 videos. 2 videos.
Yeah, a lot of media storage can slow down your computer. That's why I disconnect my hard drive, my externals.
I always about once a month I always run my disk cleaner on my computer, because you'll be surprised how much junk and temporary files and stuff your computer stores.
I did that just before, like when I came back from Sydney, but because I've been editing so many videos and I've got my hard drives plugged in now because I've been doing editing and stuff, I think it's just all that.
All right. Miss Q, can you just put the title of the video in the chat, and then Julie can, or I can grab it and put it on?
It's this one, end of April stream chat. Hang on, let me copy it. If you give me about 9 minutes, I should be there.
Okay. Actually, there were too many references in the Google search for alien abduction references or alien encounters referenced in the Bible. There's just too many. So research it, as always, research it yourself and come to your own conclusions.
Yeah. Yeah.
but it's definitely
That's-
there in
That's
what
what
we
I
believe.
always
is the Book of Job.
stress on this channel. Whatever's said on this channel is our own personal opinions. It is not gospel in any way, shape, or form. We could be telling you a total load of crap, but it's just our beliefs. You know, we could be totally wrong.
Based on our own reading and understanding and knowledge.
Yeah.
Doesn't make us experts. There isn't one in the
No.
paranormal.
Do you know what I noticed too? You know, over time, you know, you do a video and you talk about certain things, and then you go forward a
What
couple
was
of
the-
years.
What
And
was
you
the
look
video
back.
called, Julie?
I put the link in
Yeah.
there. Spirit box, cards and chat. And it was, I think, my second or third last video.
What were you saying, Sam? Sorry?
Can't remember.
I can't see the link come up, Julie. Is it come up?
End of April, stream, chats, cards and more.
Right, okay. End of April. Let me find it. You look, carry on chatting. I can find this while you chat.
Do you ever notice? Oh, well, you know, if you're if you're learning the field of anything like paranormal or other things, you do a video talking about certain subjects and you know, your experience, or you know how you do ghost investigations or whatever, and then you go forward about a couple of years forward and that, and then you look back in those videos and you go, "Oh God, I can't believe I said that."
Yep.
Oh,
I
we've
do
all
that all
done
the
that.
time.
All the time.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah.
they're rediscovering and reevaluating so much. You have to have a flexible attitude to everything.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
There are things that I believed when I first got into the paranormal that I maybe not believing anymore, or I sit on the fence over. And I
Yeah,
always
I'm the
give
same.
the Loch Ness Monster as one of my prime examples. I was a big believer in the Loch Ness Monster as a kid. But since I've looked into it, fish stocks in the lake and stuff, and what the lake's actually capable of supporting, I ain't convinced that there's a monster in there anymore.
Yeah.
There was a man in the land of Oz whose name was Job, or Job. That's what Stephen just put. Is that the quote out the Bible? I'm sure it was the book. I'm sure it's the book of Job in the Bible where it describes him being took for a ride by aliens. I'm sure it's the book of Job. I may be wrong, but I think it is.
Aliens in the Bible.
Yeah. There is
references.
there is actually a book in the Bible, and if you read it and listen to what he describes being taken up by an angel in a glowing ball, travelling across the surface of the earth at fantastic speeds, then ascending into the heavens and visiting somewhere else.
Wow.
The home of
And
the
that's
god.
Yeah, and that's actually in the Bible.
Yep.
Wow. So there's little green men in the Bible.
Yes, Sam. There you go. You're forced to believe in them now. It's in your book.
Do you know, when I was in my 20s, I was in my early to mid 20s, I went through a whole spiritual phase. And I thought, I'm going to look into everything I can in every religion I can, and I'm going to try and decide what fits for me. And so I went to the Catholic Church where I lived at the time, and I sat through Mass a few times, and
Oh, God.
I spoke to the minister, and I said, I'd love to sit down and have a few chats with you so I can ask questions. He's like, yes, sure. You know, we had a couple of meetings, like at the ministry place, and I sat down, asked him a lot of questions, and he spoke about the Bible and all of this. And I said to him, what about the stories that the Bible tells us? What about the floods? What about Moses parting the sea and all of these other things? And you know what he said to me? And this is a Catholic minister. He turned around and he said to me, a lot of the stories in the Bible have to be taken with a grain of salt, because they're analogies.
They're metaphors. They're metaphors
Exactly.
more than
They
anything
didn't
else.
actually. Yes, they didn't actually happen. They're metaphorical. You have to look at
Yeah.
them in a different light. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a Catholic minister. So
Yeah. And
Yeah.
it's the same with the Quran. Apparently, the Quran was actually written originally by a woman.
Oh, I've heard
There
that
you
many
go.
times.
Yeah.
yeah.
I've heard that many times.
Yeah. That is the claim, that it was originally written by a woman and it was corrupted to what it is today.
Wow.
If anyone's hearing a strange noise, there's nothing I can do about it. That's the pool pump. It automatically comes on.
That's all right. Bird worse things.
I'm just saying, it's not a it's not a Desmond. It's not a sudden, reverb or anything. It's my pool pump.
Mm-hmm.
A water demon.
Yeah.
So
I did
again,
hear
what
that,
water?
that demon,
Water demon.
water demon.
That's it. That's the one.
A water
It'll jump
demon.
out the pool. It'll jump out the pool in a minute and smother you.
Yeah, it's the magnesium Desmond.
Yeah.
I love
Actually,
it.
I'll post your channel link in thingy. I should have done that when I did the other one. Sam's automatically comes up anyway.
Night, Sandra.
Night, Sandra.
Good night. Who's bloody going on?
What's going on is it's 1:20 in the morning here.
Yeah.
Oh, righto.
Oh, it's that late.
Yeah.
Well, it's only 8:20 in the morning for me on Monday.
We started at 9:15.
Oh,
The
wow.
last-
This stream has been going for over 4 hours.
4 hours, yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, my goodness.
It's the
We have
longest
talked.
one in a while.
We have talked and talked and talked and talked. That link I've just put in is the link to Julie's channel, by the way.
Thank you.
Right, I
Let's
think
go
I am
on
actually
like
going to
cats
close it
or a
down in a
tree.
bit because it is getting late and we have been going for like 4 hours.
Yeah.
And I'm starting to get dry throated a bit. So you lot all stay on for when I go off. So I'd just like to say thank you for everybody who's come on. Thank you for all your contributions in chat. I'd like to say a big thank you to Deb, who got up at 4 o'clock in the morning. And a big thank to Julie, who got up at 12:30 in the morning. From
Stir the pot. Stir the pot.
I take it with
And
a
as
pinch
usual-
of salt.
And as usual, Sam, the regular panel member, thank you all for coming on. I will do another one of these if they want to do it next week. And we will do that spirit box thing with the blindfold and the headphones if you're all up for it. And if we can get Julie out of bed. Yes.
Yes.
Because I know Deb can
Yes.
make it.
Yep.
I'll have a couple
I
of
held up
early
our
nights.
flag. I held up our flag, the Aussie flag versus the Poms.
She did. An absolute trooper. I've
We
never done a
showed up.
stream. I've never done a stream with somebody where it has literally gone from night to day while we're doing the stream.
Well, you
And
can
it
see.
literally did go
Yeah, that
from
is
night
cool.
to day.
Well, I started off with my little torch.
Yeah.
Then it got to about 6 something and it was still dark. And so I turned the porch light on, which lights up everything. And I thought, oh, well, they're all starting to get up and go to work because it's Monday morning here. And then I had to go duck in and turn it all off.
Turn it off. Right, so
Yeah, this
thank
is
you all
natural
again,
light.
and we'll do this. Are you lot all right to do it next Sunday, or do you want to do it Friday, which would be easier for you all?
Oh, no, Jackie's
Friday,
on Friday.
probably for me.
Oh yeah, Jackie
No,
does
but
Friday,
Brett
doesn't
will
I?
be later than Jackie, won't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Jackie's stream
Yeah.
for me on Friday is 11 o'clock in the morning, 11 o'clock in the morning for me on Friday. My stream on a Friday is 9:15 at night.
Yeah. And then Saturday morning for us.
It'll be Saturday morning for you lot.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Right. So how's that going to work? Yeah.
Sunday's probably
We're
going to
trying
be
to work-
better because if you're up late on Jackie's, it means getting up mega early on Saturday morning. So we can do it
It doesn't
next
matter
Sunday
because
if
on
you
the
want.
weekend I can sleep through on Saturday if I have to. The only problem I have with the early Monday is getting the kids off and all of that stuff. But it's up to you guys.
So do you want to do it Friday then? Which will
Yep,
be Saturday morning for you two.
Yep.
You
I'm
okay
happy.
with that, Sam?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we'll see you all Friday then, and we'll do the spirit box experiment. Okay. Thank you all then.
Sounds
Good
good.
night, everybody.
Thank you for
Night.
having me.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.